Obviously, you are live on OK 101.7 FM and live your partner radio stations. Mikachu FM will cook to me. Almost so epic live. Blessed Tony Law any team ni cook to me phone na Akwaba so Naspa Radio Kuku Spencer and any team so UK almost so pick live and a high live radio so DMV almost so pick live or Kings Jersey Radio or New Jersey pick live. And Adamfopa Media so pick here live France, Paris, and Belgium. Good evening, I cover every area from a Vim lady, and we'll be looking at issue at trending. I think that from last week to this week now, but of course it's a major national issue. If I Ghana say NPP for free akonyaso now NDC records are more per the Office of Special Prosecutor. And the key suspect in this matter, Finance Minister so officially, declared was any persona non grata, not just a suspect. This weekend, Samida Akon is trying to explain, say he's officially a suspect, but where the Office of Special Prosecutor usually so a fugitive into your so oba no be facing questions. Serious issues. If one of them is SML. Contractor omoko signing here for upstream Juba distribution of oil no home contact calculations even company no cry no what they call procurement board and customer or money authority and procurement board now is a procurement authority President Kufuor establishes our authority to check corruption. Now one of the things President Kufuor buying Gina Sumo this procurement authority nearby was that banking institutions over the years. Now ya baba who said secret baby because when they are free. And because over the years, no not public accounts committee or my juma or yenina public institution no be famous one amongst them. I think under NPP when they were critiquing and reviewing some of the things that are happening here under I think the President Kufuor, first President Kufuor or second President Kufuor was about this IRS official. Now Yamani Sika for IRS. IRS no or change the no call here no IR Samuel. Instead of IRS, no, this can go good account, no, this can. So informed by some of these excesses, we lose, I think, about 30% of our money GDP. Sika and Kebeti media creating new mama manati mabawa. Sika and Kebeti media building schools under trees. Sika and Kebeti media building hospitals. What I say, but then these monies are going into private pockets. A baby has a man for the apple trasako. Not say, oh, the Omameno Papa baby has a man bobra. But not just because of Mameno Papa and Bobra, but because Obia Bokrono, and one mine any Munyama Taliachi. And oh, yes, Oko chasing the pay or a public official I want to mention. Near their politics are for 3 years and 4 years about Nesikana Shegu. So, or establishing procurement authority. Now, this procurement authority where has a SML company. No. Can say SML company is not qualified. Yo, when I'm can operate and watching now, I'm on popular no. And as if was a more can say he should carry his own cross, very important. Because yeah. And why is it that even MPP members, MPP MPs, MPP Fokra, I find it very difficult to defend Ofori. Just a few people. There are a sticker or Steka is only being kind and charitable to Ofori because if everybody throws Ofori under the bus, it will be bad. You know, or not, it's already because they are called the Ofori the M1. You see, because even the details of the contract, how is it a company, public procurement authority, so on your qualified? But what actually, I could change the company, about the SML. Then suddenly the company qualifies. Suddenly, I'm on a contract. Then company now say, oh, on your downstream or check it. Meanwhile, the government of Ghana or other companies offering the same services. He has to come and answer the question. When you are the administrator of government place, Assemba, when there was a answer. And Obianka said, just because he has been declared a suspect and he is guilty, there be Ghana the rules of natural justice. They say, a fair hearing. If you are not can override and also Niama or the best justify way it was a proper deal. That is why he needs to come and explain. Say a proper deal, saying, I had the coffee. Sikebi coordinator. What is the justification for every single payment that was made? You see, baby, we cannot afford to just do NDC and NPP with national resources. Now, my example from one the time, President Kufuor 1, Besi President Kufuor 2, Besi Attah, Besi Mahama 2, and Mahama Deya Wasambe, one Mesika Akoya Monai. Judgment debt are Ghana yet over the years under Fourth Republic. Judgment debt. Unfortunately, Ghana, we have become so fixated on just reading headlines. Into the details of some of these key national issues. Yes, headlines. In fact, we see President Rawlings Abreso. President Rawlings Abreso near a quality grain issue. Quality grain issue. My if America, Ghana, so be the Amoma rice factory. No, better mechanized agriculture. I didn't see idea Ghana over the years. I see a baby. We are seeing a mamma Diesica. And the government of Ghana to in America seeking for funding. No, Jessica, oh, I saw the bed, and Monampa, and Mono to your very men, Necra, Diamo, or Diakaka, Diakan of Ansasano. Or the machine ZB by Diakan defense system. Key people in government were charged for conniving and colluding with Mami and a man, and also Ghana government a bulk. They are charging some of one with willfully causing financial loss to the state. A real chair in Kofobi to me, which is why can of seminar idea in Abbey, external contract, ECGD, any idea I have on the National Cathedral. Everybody is arguing, say a criminal prosecution, they forget it. See, I do a bit of Papa Kwakotum, and for your ticket, but you forget it. What Ghana should push, Yan Jessica? Simple as lawyer for better simplicity. Because even prosecuting the case in court, lawyer Saudi on the court, a research on the research assistant, paralegal sabe form, and a court, or say, court bra. And we should forget about criminal prosecution. If you know what you made, yeah, criminal prosecution, you know, go see trial a civil issue near retrieving a sick back. Because yeah, the criminal and one of the politicians in your kind and this NPP. Which is some near Sika Koshim. A bini ambulance be. Yeah, see, I find it at force not guilty. Sikano way. That's the critical question that everybody is busy playing politics. But nobody is asking, say, it's Sikano Pano our hit. External contract is Sikano Pano hit. Cathedral is Sikano Pano hit. See, a chance employee, a chance the Quamobi, nay a wrongful payment and Nipan for a Sikamaye with interest. The same way as Attorney General about discontinue case. Nobody is asking the question, say, Mahama, all professor will we no the about the years aglemino. Everybody are NDC for jubilating and I cancel case. NPP for so the air politics and NDC and I'm on Amashad and I'm cancel case. Nobody is asking the critical question, say. Yes, can I cause a glemmy muna ashia guno? Why not done a cucobuno? Man was a contractor to deliver contractor as well. No 1 minute you want almost sign a glemmy contract as well. Is it any Busaho? The last contract almost signing at an NDC free power for Saglemi $15 million. 2 people, 2 key witnesses. Check the 1 minute you want. Whoa, surprisingly, whoa. Allah, hey, Ghana. Well, chief director suddenly. Can you start to take a court and a chief director? Can you sign a contract? Chief director, hey, I be before. Yeah, baby. I'm going to check this out. Yeah, baby, Ratchet. It's now contract and to case no ever conclude and the other contract and then war a year. Saglemiho, Tamakwan so. You who you said that so it's a contract and a said then a kuno, so being a poison, no, so being a starboard, no, so being a end of the contract and a woo. It's a sick up of shim. Nobody is asking the question. Say, fertilizers, where is the money? Ghana for voters. We are the ones who ought to start asking critical questions. Where is the money? For because running the time, no, some case now make an rice factory. At the end of the day, the Salome, Chachuchi Katanum, Chachukata Biopo was in connection with the Namekacha last week, no GMPC oil rigs. Yeah, they all know Chachuchi Kata, Sipayanki, a year up a pride, if you ask me, needless. What did the panel Kotum near Eden? Yen Jessica. So, a son of the Quada Hono, Nama see Shanakumo. What did the panel Koto useless? GST Cabra say if the panel and pass any panel for a BBI, you sue the person negligence, a supervision, whatever. GST retrieval of money, a breach of due diligence, a breach of duty. What they won't take on fire, and we can be able to build factories with this money. Bobby Hennessy Canako. What you media call you try no and Kosiaga echo. The Akenani Akasa, Professor A. Dr. Dufobaye. He wrote 4 letters to Attorney General then Betty Modidrisu. 4 letters. Mamutio, Mexico, Mamutio Escano. Omutu Escano. Because Dr. Dufobaye, your finance minister, by his own due diligence, on all who has assessment just cannot. And if you proceed to pay the money, who you ever charge you? What a liability need also. Say you knew by any due diligence, even if you didn't know, somebody who is higher than you, who has financial intelligence, actually, and just cannot based on A, B, C, or symmetry. To one and cause yes, charge you. It be number can offer at the sono. Who can offer at then due diligence now? Yeah, because what to me, send your minimum say can if you have managed private company data bank. The question is data bank is sick and cabenisa. A data bank is sick and cabenisa. That is why as a form let him carry his own cross. But it's also surprising that NPP for can offer that and buy a Govt casa. Now when you have casa. Why did I when NPP was in government no one casa? Okay, well, they met as if you're rose. Because when the NPP were power not to him now you were in casa bebra. Can offer sabotage on best sabotage, which is exactly what he did to Ashanti region MPs. 5 interchanges. One over parliament now one budget to be our planted. This year, basic 5 interchanges of 4 Ashanti region MPs when he. Some say a permanent. And then you own secret, Mbebre, Munina Mbeluzu. Now, of course, I Ashanti region MPs. In the end, you know, one MPP now, young. Any 82 or say 81, 88 MPs or parliament, and I'm more report to you. You are undermining your own MPs because they have a different opinion from you. They are telling you, Sabra, who national politics though? Can the first time or the Bay national politics in here, and the Bay Minister of Finance, no? On your national, we see who you technocrat now to fear. As no pressure about so as no how you even test the feeling on the ground, the feeling of the ordinary people. Also, can of rat out, or shepherd, or yes, can even or here. I want to say of the ordinary person on Facebook mother. It's when MPs are telling you and telling another say, "Maumi and Sasikaka." Not tension. That was system. Ni mumravo or was it there be? And in here, and I'm Mario Poto, no. And that is why MPs are now talking. They didn't have the boldness to speak. Sometimes when Oko Kasape, how you are nipa, how your position, who MP you Stika no Kasaya Sika. Or fire, yes, I was sabotaging and say, I'm in position to be the last minute. Or go up near man injury time for deputy finance minister. And Kastika is overqualified. Or you'll be on assurance science is overqualified. As you have now, Kwaku overqualified. Yes, we are not Kwaku post to that. Obi Awaya Juma President Kufo. Akotose Amunina, Akotose Ankasa confessed to me. Before he died, he was telling me, Yama Koto's position because you come and contest the Ofori Attah. Oh no, my penny is excellent and I don't go for one day he will sit there and cry. Now, so bet sure the book on Sana on Wabo, Oluman Cram and your Wakoni Creatia. These are some of the things he must admit. President Kukwado must be bold enough to make some of these admissions. Say, a boy in your boy, a friend say, a black chef, of course I then. Forward nature of man, me to me can I read so. Who never hands in the air. Or see a toss on you be my President Kufuado. Of course I messed up. Who never mess up? Hands in the air. No hands. President Kufuado also a man is also. Because you see, I can't buy a free akonya. So 1 month to pay. It appears say you bear 1 year for MPP. 1 month to pay. It will look at that, but also another critical mistake NDC for you is almost sacking government appointees. 1 month in government, NDC, instead of prioritizing also mobile first year for free university education, prioritizing solving the problems of Ghana, doing so about prioritizing that issue. NDC, NDC say, ya point to ya form between from December in Yakopamo, I didn't organize. Now NDC appointee when you kudura ko interview now akoka se media meche NDC for ansa na mahwe NPP when I roll it to one who born dog how the taxes now 11 now monji NDC for can ansa na maje Ghana for aka. How can any sane person, how can any rational person think like this? Se Ghana for biya taxes be. Constitution is very clear in Article 17 said there shall be no discrimination. While any discrimination, Constitution and rolling to them or say there shall be no discrimination. And so they will say, oh, Pamon for Munina Moba, Mofanko for Nibi. Munina Moba, Mofanko for Nibi. So what changed? In any case, are these Togolese? Are these Nigerians? Are these Burkinabes? It's time for fire for when you're a bona fide Ghanaians. So I'm not to attack, so I'm not to attack. Then you say that you are sacking them. You see, and when we are not growing from the democracy near the Uncle Shemuno. Grow, other countries in Africa are growing. Namibia, Botswana, Rwanda, they are growing. There be bola noa. Pene young konkwa. O party back fano. Nka we Ghana for between President Kufuor and Attah. President Kufuor be come so why official adoption of single spend salary structure. Attah and pese otwemo. Also review to see that whether you was secret between Nana. He complained, but he continued. Attah continued the single spend. And the end when you policy for one policy for the omo punching, it is a President Kufuor. Why are we doing this? So, President Mama, somebody needs to President Mama, we is excellent for that trying to wash ya one pin. Near Mama doing fee a bonnie and 1 PP for no as if they don't pay tax. We need to wake up and save this country. And you see, asama a year open swan I say to try baby or 2 for catch and I don't know. San Semino was here your boat Mahama. San Semino was see Ghana for the come near any bread to Abano. Now so not said you said you said bread at Jimia, you had to come near any bread to it. The Ghanaians have not changed you. It's the system that has changed. It's elections in there changing. The Ghanaians have not changed. The Ghanaians we know have not changed. And to me, natural resources like Ghana, your oil, Ghana, your gold, Ghana, your bauxite, Ghana, your resources. So say, I mean, for NPP for how? You obia your Ghana ni, obia your Ghana ni, or deserve employment. Let me play you there. I mean, say I was here born president, Mahama, a Kodichim. No, says I wouldn't actually see party who soldiers. I don't have my NPP for. I'm on my NPP for Guardia. I'm on my NPP for Guardia. Or mind you, if I tell one perform me on a line, and if I President Mama win way on there were NPP people who voted for him. It's Uncle Fono's way. There were NPP people who were tired of Nanado Denabine, who were tired of excesses, who were tired of the arrogance. They were tired of the frustration. By the way, GDA any reshema, Yadetuma NPP, Ninya and no deliver. Therefore, let's vote them out. They were angry. They were upset. And then society Pacronibano Paco Peduma was so fun because Nipano, Nimame, Yami, Fano, NPP time. Does it even matter? Does it matter? What is the justification? I am a renegotiation. You call about renegotiation. You can't hold they say, can you do so? These are the critical issues. We must help the president to focus. Let's see Niamani one channel. Party going up somebody when you're distracted President Mama. And President Mama must focus. It's you the way.
Woman, I shall move, be no edit to me, man account, what dear no, and what upon him be a diamond. It's me nana no.
For the nana no.
When him say me no free to nipa to do no I nimbra me ni wo.
Don't say nipa o atwa ho ahie nyina dudu no anim ebrepa. Woni no mienu mo sha se din kita ho.
Adam no near free fan 77 ansa na wo sa ba me bo ana.
Listen, afi apem ahankura dio so
me bo nana.
Say ono free fa penso ni nyina o kai. So ono wa
a champion bo tata wa wo ba London nyame no na nam ne kodwo nya ntachi nom.
Na champion tata wa ba London no kai. So ono ene kodwo nya ntachi enne nam.
Ansa na wo sa ba ya mo ba begina biwa ansa ya sa ba ya ne oti he.
Sana esa ba begina biwa ne.
Me fro broche ba ya me lawyer no me no na ko ni nyina.
Tu fo so fro broche ba ne lawyer no ono na e ko ba nyina.
Ani akwa abapim ne.
Enu na makwa ababepem ene.
Enu aso nkrofo be ka kire so won asem.
Nra kofo be ka kire se obi ana na
mfi. Enso wa anya ntum wo ka se da bi se dem sine na tie de ente sa.
So ti an bi enu a ohun. So anya ntum ka se da bi se dem sine ente de ente sa.
Me de kakra ne se. Me de futupa nam de be ma wo.
Tumfo se o mo ati ase se won de futupa ena de be ma wo.
De Ghana fo pani adwuma.
Ghana fo de mo pani adwuma.
De pani ayahwe.
Yomo pe ayarehwe.
Ye pe ni nkoso.
Ye pe nkoso.
Enu a na ye hwehwe.
Enu a na Ghana fo mo.
Ye to aba ni wie ya ye bobo se wawen. Obi gina TV3 so wo ka kire nipa na wo se wo na TV company fo no ko dwan ma ha ma wo ka kire nsa aba ni de kom ni ebufuo na to ye.
So we na bi ka ko gina TV3 kan. Se ko ma ma na ka kire nsa de kom ene ebufuo ene to ye.
Asa akọ na nado so aka kire nsa te ekom ne abufuo so no nso ba no anya de kom ne abufuo be sa ato ji ano
kan kire na nado nso oba na so wan hwe ni ya ekom ne abufuo no de pam ma no embi de pam
wo ho nim de
tumfo judi oso wo ho nim de
wadre wo mpesika ya hwe bio
de wadre wa bo bread de wo mpesika de ya hwe
enti sese kun ho na ya adwuma no ye
se wa ba kun ho fo do Ghana ho da wo no fire adwuma na bo Ghana fo
edin ku ana sese wo pe
se de do de edin ku a
de be odin be komu sam pass wo mampanyi bi ba na e friend na adoda no ba ba ye Ghana ye
se do de hia se betima ya ade na daachi ya ka se o mampanyi bi ba Ghana na e friend na adoda nkwa kwado o be ya ade
ni pa nyina ni da so
ni pa nyina Ghana fo se
Ghana fo nyina ni da so sese
Ghana fo o mani da so
na so untimi nye di nyina na so ye bi mi hu
wo mo achicha mo bie no edi tumi na ma na ka ho wo die no e no apono bi edi ama wo
enti otufo na ase tutu abebi o the emeritus and the prophet asemi otufo kai watch a prophet o and it's exactly how it happened. I was here do otufo bo command so otufo onkom yi otufo pa de odifo nya sofo fake no ma ba na omo ne na mo te ye hye nkom a omo pa omo kakra wa di nti omo ya mo te ye hye nkom mo hye nkom papa be otufo na ye nkom hye ni on no ye odifo asem o kan pepepe na to o mampani na nado yi se ye de kom ne ani bre na ye to adwuma no ni ya yi na yudi utumi nya ni nyina ba ye na nado anya yi ene se ne waji di money a ne obia tinidi se nado ade ne de ode anim guase ena ode eja ono anya NPP kra na ye boni di a ebe ye asem ti na we are going to look into those issues ye mainly no ye sika no we he ye sika no e we he that's the more we are branching ababa this is what you must be concerned with factory na ke besi anka be kwako ye aduma wo he say so ne China for ne ade ne be di agro o China for you know and ye baka ni nyina. And this week, Baomia, Dr. Mahmoud Baomia, na America, Harvard University, no matter what's happened, or come on, show down. Now, check the squad, they did it, and I said, still, Baomia, I don't know, say, or no, and I said, I said, Baomia, he's so, maybe, so I am vice president too. That's how I'm reading it. I was saying, Baomia, come down, who say, it is yeah, Professor, you're not no progress man, vice president, you are not in power. Think of what I would do, Baomia, Chino, you are treating him like he's not the vice president anymore. It's the moment you who so on your vice president, but and also just want to make the fans. But or your showdown, in fact, have had one almost to Jennifer so and the man who say, hey, you baby, ako baby. Say, Ofo say about me, is a nobody, and you do have idea. He said somebody. He was a somebody there, but we had hearing and he's and I'm surprised. I'm not forcing about me as on Kasa, but I think Senator Kenoboyata has a Baumia, it would be good for Baumia to comment. Were you aware of the contract? The woman said it was a different ministry, but the head of the economic management team, no, did you know about Oforiata Sikaway? Did you know about the contracts? Was there any warning to Oforiata internally? And now who I think that it would be fair for Baumia to come out and tell us. It would be fair for Baumia to come out and tell us whether, as chairman of the economic management team, if he was ever at any point in time aware of these transactions that Oforiata involved in Nana. Was he aware? Did you know? Did he stop him? Did he warn him? And I said, are these all valid contracts or not? Baumia must stop, Mom. Baumia must stop. Because since he had Baumia is the leader, my boy. Baumia is the leader. Baumia must tell us what he knows about these contracts. Because I think I'm also there. And yes, I'm passing a dear fucking right and some Osu cry a beje. Osu him cry a beje. Because we can't do this back and forth. Baby, I need a sika kokade, you know. It's an era, Professor Jobi Owusu Nyameche, extra the Central State University. Also a former journalist, I was fighting for this corruption. Jessica back long before I announced money. Remonata and I didn't know Yoko. You know, before I announced the investigations at number 12 at Semiako Pio Court to see because announced is unavailable. Because the court is insisting announcing you. There was Professor Jobi Owusu Nyameche. There were the journalists almost started you man. On in Yabema, William Yakumoni at the Asana. Announced money at the end in Aban. So he will come in. And I hear at Janice as I be the NPP chairman DC. In fact, this week on the Baumia Chusoroku Harvard. Say Baumia, it just said, and conform the Bromo body Baumia, so he is the next thing. And then America said Baumia must talk. Baumia must talk about Kenoforata to me. So I have a Harvard, so a good governance there, Omuji the Kennedy School. Until let us know what you think about it. Until probably good evening, Akaba.
If you have a Joseph Michel, was
the table was so dead as I said, what's our dad, young man? A year after I began to hear my good evening, Akaba.
Yeah, if you have a Joseph Michel with you for your Prof. Michel, so let him power your Magana mine.
Oh, Janice, dear, said, oh, men, your soup is or some comment if what you have a family banner nation.
And on
nation,
we fiasem. Prof.
So my Baba channel.
Now, Mrs. I beg you, put on about me to Soroku Harvard. No,
I'm Pacho and Harvard. We invited about me as part of our annual African business program. The last 2 years of Baha, not this year, some say inviting the Sombra into your biennium bedin kita home, I'll be energy. We also share Ghanaian students, some more Harvard. I'm Busabusana in Sembri, our year, no uncle for energy, most of what his plans are. Never be and was very successful.
So inviting about me as vice president and as what?
Oh, he's a subject matter expert. Don't forget that. But made a subject matter expert, and also, it is experience as a former vice president. You know, he more than qualifies to answer some of these questions. Now, 2 years ago, I'm inviting into this year. I'm also inviting based on his knowledge. Be about me is a very knowledgeable individual. Into I'm inviting some brother, someone semi costume, drink. We talked about me still has a lot of grace, a lot of goodwill amongst, and not even just Ghanaian, simple worldwide. I go say, Papa no my dear pa inti. Oko have energy and questions on Mubusan. Harvard students are very brilliant, but we were surprised as how he was able to articulate and answer their questions, and I think that was very good for the man.
Obi Busan can operate as me and make us. I was saying about me to me come out now and go make you. I said me by now 2 weeks money. I will know. No, I'm
Busan about that. It was more about his policies, the goal for oil, the EV products, the policies are introducing, you know, and how it's helping. That's what they asked him about. But I mean, kind of a little bit much about Miambra out. You see, sometimes, you know, when some of these cases are being handled by our state institutions, if you sometimes you can be prejudiced if you come out and you say some of these things. Baumia was a former vice president. She said, no, he was also head of the economic team. My friend said, brother, I don't think so it's proper at this point. So you invite because Baumia uncle baby at Ghana how uncle baby. To come here, my friend. I don't think so he's going to come out and just say anything. I think he's much more smarter and much more astute than that. At the right time, so Baumia he doesn't hide anything.
Yeah,
come out and
beyond
tell
the
people what he knows.
investigation, beyond the investigation, I agree, say yes, it can influence the case, but beyond the investigation, as a politician, this is a very heavily political matter. Don't forget that this is not just one issue. This is cathedral SML issue. There are 5 cases, and being the chairman of Economic Management Committee, has Baumia hinted anywhere whether he was aware or a warning to Ofori what these questions are
Okay,
beyond the investigation.
all these issues, Sobekaya, Traj has looked into and still looking into them. Even before NPP, Traj is looking into them. But I say all these issues have been under Traj. But I say, it's ongoing, it's an ongoing process. There's a lot of things that Traj is looking into. Some guys say it might be a little bit premature for you to expect, say, Dr. Baumia should come when our state institutions are already doing this. I think if it is proper, he would definitely come out. As there's nothing that he has to hide. Everybody knows he's the former vice president. Everybody knows the role that he played. But I think that it's not the appropriate time for you to come and speak on these things when our state institutions are looking into this. What's about me has a character trait that we all know. Say you didn't go election. He was the first person. So Ghana peace in Timajatum. That is the trait of the man. He looks at the nation first instead of just trying to play to the gallery. So I'm vice president. What do I say? He doesn't do that. He always puts the nation first. I believe he will come out. But for now, let's allow our state institutions to work.
Okay. Prof, Mami, as a former journalist, I want to hear say so many times. And son, I will be a professor. What do you think about how this case? Because in my introduction say, there are politics. Now you see but generally, what do you think about first and foremost, these questions here, do you think they are legitimate? The chairman of the economic management team to talk about it. This happened under him.
So we're a journalist, right? And questions now bisa menya I events away opportunity for friends we treat menya ho kwan say me bemba o me anka me this question be tata ne sa kuzo be kan bibi aden because I'm a journalist me hear news. But also as a savvy politician to also stay away from those questions. Questions now beside journalists are perfect because we are journalists. What you man say you ask questions and get answers. And same way you also will what you say. And why not? A very legitimate also be some. But and I make us say I was set or no politician, I don't know why savvy. And who say a deal with a trick question into Mammy and I say is of interest to Ghanaians, and I said a human interest story. So, but a legitimate I say ubisano. Now, on a larger point, we a share a be not a you in the middle of let me say early 90s, and you started say yes, I did we say as on mine, I was say that time you started now your friend is my social media name, not cell phone crowd anyhow. Now. And was said, you can say, said you see who adiano. You were political lens. So, any advocacy lens, any journalistic lens. So, into a bit dependent baby a free ban. So, a bit dependent lens, a crap, what they share a deal with. Janice, because I know see state institutions. State institutions, they were under the same government of which your friend is a Ofori was.
Okay.
You know me and you say why ena your friend is a or ma to me emadeko yoku. Enya president. Why am I
appointed by the government of the day?
Yes. When am I to me now so they call a charade. Enya president. Inti yes, not but consistently, you hear who say a free 1992 year constitution by the bank pan as institutions we status now statute now. Some more the powers of a high court, right?
Yes, some of them.
Yeah.
And in terms of near maybe sex,
yes. Contempt, they can issue contempt near the badness institutions we to me I find will be guilty. About it, yes. And happen until I make us say e was say lens ko a wo de hwe ade num. So for example, journalists are ye uncover corrupt cases in this animal. What you role pa NSA, your role deal with NSA. Are we just to inform the public of what is happening? Na mfanto ho sa ne nko trasa na say ye moa na de ye hunu ye mfa matuda na ye moa na ye nyi sesike. Because as a journalist, would the answer?
Let me first of all that showed Baumia talk about this as head of economic management team 2 times, 8 years. All these cases here, 5 cases here, they are talking over at us. Happened when he was vice president. Should he talk?
Me answer a question too. You say, Messiah political crowd, I won't change. Now, Messiah, me chance to try the academic, say, Messiah academic. Se menina in Kamenkasa. Se menina me political lens in moi in Kamenkasa.
Okay.
Because I send be ni wa obeka Emma Abutoyama. If you say, one, now we are chairman of economic management team. A year of this nature, contract of this nature will never escape your desk. What you say? Contract of this nature. It is a it say no for rata no mu vice president. Na ne maybe kro mfa nkyere no. Na ne maybe kro hu a. Then unya kasape na you are fueling that speculation say ono kro no for rata no mfi no. No meetings no, which lends credence to speculations that rumor na it say ofrata no end your pay. So on the other hand, also no, as a make as a politician no say uko kasa so a asembe pa na wo kwakoka. If you say na onye finance minister,
okay,
now you're vice president. So what your intro no, your monologue no, now we can't be say your friends so 2-4 can be chere a nanado. Baby you do say u 2 million Ghana for the amount no. And now upon the pony be the amount wenum. Aha. And the upon the no, and now say Ofori Hwesika Samso. So and this Ofori Hwesika Samso. I didn't know about me Okasa. Anyone saw Okasa because on finance minister.
Okay.
But as a journalist point of view, no so say here's a journalistic point lens in Muswa. And I'm a journalist. A quem be a menya about me be a the question better na kwesi menya. If you say ye na me atiase say o man sika sem nyina na na so de ahye
Exactly.
And I say president to ni ho a on the vice president. Se see your friend say menkai NDC for year ewu ye no your friend say president Mills enya na baby ko ye no when I take you over say president mama and you say the man sika sem ahye wonsa na say o mampani ni ho na say na wo ho a na yesi hwema sika so a ene contract here ko be nyina na say journalist no me have every right say me bisa question say wo hene na una yesi your friend say na nado e ka kire timamufo nyina say the ban sika ahye wonsa ye di sika nyina ahye wonsa enti una ahwehwe kan ma sa contract we onibo akofo nko antimi san na say enti na ko chew say me hwe no in terms of journalistic sense dia ene me de bia mehuma Dr. Mahmoud Baumia bia me we betata ne sa ko se menya response in this ubisa me ne ameka no
it is journalism we should continue to harass Baumia ko so be answer question no but politically there it is better for him say he will stay away from it
a newsworthy for as a newsman a newsworthy obi a scoop me no me na mo a scoop there na wako newsroom am me say menya scoop yes me for a minister of finance kasa obeto gold prices him it's a big scoop and me no my newsroom na me say efia Mahmoud Dr. Mahmoud Baumia say sa contract no otu for sa furata sa wentiu we as a news editor yeah scoop what you say it is me as a journalist there me bisa ne sa but as a politician there me na me advising on strategy make us wo hene enko hokra
enko can be a hot true
because okay ko sisan so ebi a wo kan na say kwa yi anu amofurata wo na bia na akwa a different angle kra na afi na asem na ba beto so say 70 show na as a journalist no na me poki na me poki now so yima because me pe scoop o chena ba ko da sore na o yiri ja wo si hey na wo ti yedi watem abonten why you me aha ntino
let me ask you about the special prosecutor now the awakanyina. Do you think that so I know say last week me the letters a free minka premo prempe nko Kenofurata lawyers me the omo letter na beto ho any letter from a Kenofurata doctor our Mayo Clinic Minnesota and also me the beto ho omo si oyare. Do you think say as a second Kenofurata be these questions now because say the OSP cano say so officially or a suspect now and yes before he charges no any should he come and answer?
Yes, should he come and answer? Sebi. Unuya kra fro say or no meeting kra. Sebi. Unuya on the boti pain. So obeko. Obeko. Enti, should he come and answer? The simple answer is yes. If he said, why ye juma ye di bibia sha wonsa? Why ye juma? Ena woko. Ena a chief we ba ye ne hu say. Bibi ntoyi atechema. Inti brana yentoto wano ni hu ni awo ye ebi kura na ano ntoto ye no ebi na bego ye in your favor wo ebi na bibi wo ho a na omo ye no mu nim se na clause bi wo ha wo ni enim inti no oba yetoto wano a it could go either way so and now so ofu se onye hwe ya udwane akoye dey favor na woko na ye nkwa chiri kakra me special prosecutor no ne ma bi a ekoso na me mana akwa se wa hwe yi a na nipa no ebia na se ye wo court pa na nka yidi a nka bia Kofurata bedi fo a dia special prosecutor yi na yes mana akwa ye fe ne say ye chia anase ye divert the substantive issue sa contract ya Kofurata omeyi ne ma no say enye ne wu ache yen change special prosecutor ya change na yen change
no
the office building ya change no enye wa no and like I said files bi ayira enye GBC na some time ago say oh hwe account drama ne ye fe ne say super odimus eyikura wunya because ye say ho ahye ne ho enhye ye yenyi office in free ho untu kwan unko ba bia enti case say ba ko ya obo ML ho anwan ya obo yi say be 3 years ni o
SML
3 years ni Sansema factors here mekan ye nyina nothing has changed. Enti ade no sign contract na go into effect na went me and say hey Debbie menya documents ni nyina as special prosecutor entwe yi bra. What bra ko a wote akonya so nyankopon kora ka say your friend say enjoy what in your youthful days because a day is coming where it's going to be dark. When me say be meboa. Enti ade na nipa ne te akonya so obetimi oye adwuma no. One friend no anga so ohene contract you sign busumi ani o but
it's possible so friend on because according to Madam Semu any fourth estate newspaper one can or not those are the questions because to Facebook I was raising those questions say what time did he get the evidence, did he invite him and was there an effort to undermine him? We need to know all this and now prof
and say make ba so when I make say what who say and until I make say special prosecutor come here kwa yese adwuma no afa na eya ne de ena eya ne de so aban asesa say oyo audition no oyo audition said the ebeya ebia na aban asesa ye de na hye ho so because niema oye ide ena me declare the fugitive meanwhile also o aban ya ofa awi who's a special prosecutor reported to the president meboa ena Ofurata so no ye to abayi ya wo free man mu wa tro letter akoma chief of staff say wo free ha na say ni moto enti mon na din sa wo so ama
why Ofurata waiting to chief of staff na old chief of staff no
current chief of staff
okay
wa tro akoma no so otukwan na bia omo ye ne ma bi na hwehwe ni mu a o say o tro akoma no knowing very well say sa nsem wo nyina wo hrajo no nti no tro akoma no Ofurata knowing say o say you say obi nkum na kokko be de kwa ena obi aso de ho a sebe me na beka se okwasea bi ani wiase o ene wonya me ase me yakwasea wonya me ti na ase me yakwasea no on se na me ka se watro akoma chief of staff se wo tu kwan na ebia omo hwe ne mem knowing very well say ensem we nyina bi gusu o shraj on shraj for wey dey eyem pesi so enti ne lawyers na advise ne say enya wa bi se wo tu kwan na betu kwan ya yemfa process no ni entro nkoma enti say matra koma chief of staff there it means that president ya aware say I me tu kwan mo hwe me aha na me wo na mum in order say madwuma na mo ye no breaking memunti no mo hia bibia mo ne me lawyers enya dey enkasa na me lawyers nim kwan a ye be fa so anya me there has been correspondence me small investigations only lawyers na kasa so only lawyers na kasa and anya OSP nko so just for your information amafo etie no timemfo no enya sa no nko and all cooperative. There are other instances. Okay, there are other instances of Furata is helping them. Documents he's helping them.
Are you accusing OSP say he was being mischievous and that he was being mischievous or what?
And then I make sure say any pardon say unhuno or rena unhuno. Me hwe osu nyame me huno. Be me hu ne ho popo ye kura me friend na won fa me once they only the lawyer say kasa and then I make us say what the mischievous so na una wo use me na nyam na me use but or no me dey me feel say I say or the shin na djuma no foforo so say ban foforo aba ya change government your friend say one hwe ankofo be fire me nti ma menye na say menye mpopoye no mu say me meti ase me ye djuma pa maintain me say na me hu no if you say nya sa de a one lawyers na kasa nipa no wa announce a kire wo say he is cooperating or even kra oda ayare sa bia hokra no ono ne lawyers kasa yes documents bi kra mutimi he can furnish you with the documents so enti nya say bia bo apaye wadwane ebi oni enti ka for chief of staff ye best start ye commence investigations na nipa we former finance minister da transition teams mushiaye no documents be no me ye sure say nkomo nyina akoso because that is the essence of the transition team to get a high level overview of the economy and now yes a transition team now various sectors are part of the transition team and this documents here OSP can once me he came on the transition team ama chief of staff is aware president is aware ama must start and I make us overwrite so no wodi kan krapo cooperative with Shraj wodi kan kra ne yokofo di nkomo di nsabo so investigations what you say enti then now say be gina ho be ye sa drama we na we fugitive or ye hwan meanwhile only the lawyers enti na make us say yan hwe yi a na substantive issue na ye say ofurata question is so my answer no na ofurata so lawyers afa ho eba be sue OSP if you say or tarnish ni image what be can say unya no menye lawyer una we lawyer what be can say unya no meanwhile also what declare a fugitive meanwhile only the lawyers so say dey
akasa enti by extension wanya no
yes wanya no enti na libel and say dey na person we say former finance minister onu why in of international repute or data bank no say nya Ghana ngwa na Gambia, it was
5 other countries, Gambia, yes. Nigeria, and some other countries.
Gambia, Sierra Leone,
yeah.
Now say, the founder, the owner of this bank is a fugitive. You are collapsing a whole enterprise. So I say, and also say you have impugned on his image. Meanwhile, one of the lawyers say, "Kasa, and say audition no by you." Say dey no be you, say dey no be you. Me ntia obisa me mentia se. Hono and I'm saying hwe yi a na Ofori so lawyers will counter sue the government. Say,
well, it's possible they can sue the government too. They can sue the OSP and sue government.
Yeah, Tony Edu, former no NDC penifoni.
The defense.
Yes. Asem o kan acheme dia to metrimu sa those days na journalist. Ye call ni ho no defense, ye call ni ho. Akwa bi kan asem bi agency no. No, that's another pan radio good. Any a coin was it, I want to watch on radio good. When you say in my dear academicians and the Ababa politics, in my dear pa, yet Jango Jafonibia. Now, there's no one soon, no lawsuit, or so Kenya, Nipanani Nasuon. Now they are copying the say, gang. Afe, I said, the best 6 months. The real fin who are on the way they now they are paying the say, bam. Was yay, I felt any pan now taken by surprise. A bin them said, of what is obey. What you say?
So, yeah, advice, and you advise for Attah and say they should counter sue OSP and government.
Oh, of course. A former finance minister, Obia court of competent jurisdiction and declare me said, me your friend is a criminal. Now, what me about radio station? What me about your friend is a press conference? I'm maligning me say that's libel. My I will just go and say, look, my reputation has been impugned. I need to recover my because he is the owner of Data Bank. Data Bank is also an international firm. Per my checks, Data Bank has dealings with a lot of international organizations. In Sierra Leone, in Gambia, Now say, owner no home abasem na so a fugitive. Hey, now say, are we dealing with a credible company? If the owner of this magnitude,
This business is not good.
Of course. And maybe not can have write lawyers. Me sure say they are even preparing, but I'm trying. Say, sir, noise winning and die down. But I say lawyers, sometimes they are very cunning. Say in seminal baby a corner. One who be that is where is another strategy. Almost be say, hey, you see Ghana government say, no big money. What you say? Yeah, I bought big money. A hundred cry, yes, you cry here. You be you for jurisdiction. It'll be called outside jurisdiction because Ofori has a business dealings in Sierra Leone. What you was Sierra Leone? Sierra Leone bank na made issue. Not Ghana, sorry, I need now you can be said. Sometimes we see a sick and edgy, you see a G. I mentioned AB. You started some investigation journalism. You drew baby now, your friend say a Kwesibuchi. After he was the longest finance minister, right? After official, the not judgment that be what gonna treat you rough. And now you could be saying, now then you judgment, then you fighting for the cases. I mean, there are two aspects of it. You see, you can go on the principal side. Principal side, say, yeah, based on the principle, say, be bimunti, yeah, court. So now, principal side, no, to establish we a principle now, we'll go through the principle. No, we make case. Nasika was no.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and the other side, so say, yeah, near the deterrent. So, China, Obisu Nebu, and found a car over there, Obebo. Into Upa, go on the side of deterrent, say, yeah, near Chinatum, said the Bayer China. Kwesiba onyebiu eno say na say o sikapudu bi da ho a wo de etwesa amanso. On the other hand, so person wo on the principles friends we on the principal side there aka say ade say amanso me de ka 10,000 me de 20,000 e kwa kwatwe manso no enwia say na masa aboka no nti ade kwa no say me na yenye ne say name and shame e ho na politics ne be mu no nti e ho no na me hu say OSP oyi name and shame. Medina na me press conference na me ka say Ofori why say asem no kra ye kok oba na ehwe na se yanko eho bibia kra na medical agu nanim ase so ti ase e hoso no hwe yeso a obetimi so asi wo no
okay
em so say
no question me di Musa prof na me sande ba so do you think so Ofori baby edwe he has questions to answer?
Me you are not right. But the proper can't send be on say I'm on your seminar say yeah say Ghana first. It's very, very important. And I wouldn't know obi papa na obi near the no. That's been the better by you. Can I say me obi anka say we be man say we for in our speculations was be the name semaba. Yaka say yako ready ni fee. Was that something that was done? Also probably kind of there's a lot of grounds to sue the nation. After na quite say okay, Gamani Koboka say the prof can send me the part. I believe said the OSP just played to the gallery. You say about for Abba, most likely be, and that is what he is doing, because already OSP now he's actually being mischievous and will actually be causing financial loss to the state. This is almost see your mind say Marco radio be free without any due diligence. What I say, what cause you be such international a company of international repute? I would say or a fugitive affecting the company. Now they'll come and sue the nation. We have to go and pay a judgment that are okay. And then incompetence here, no. The OSP even needs to be fired for such an act. But I say he needs to be fired. We have to know that we are Ghanaians first. Let me
Now,
say,
they had communicated to us and that's why they were forced to declare
OSP so what you OSP here or say information on the brain no and then submit a chair say ontimi emba. What I say, Ninsaka. Into that now, okay, when I want information, if you need additional information now, you write to them, say, okay, ABC, I'm there by but me here, ABC to show said, then they can respond to you. More even say US, say, there is confidentiality agreement. And that's also another when display medical records. You are actually opening yourself more to at that point, the lawyers can tell you, okay, say between the amount. No, but never do so say, oh, if we got see the brand, then they come in and enough until they declare the background as fugitive. I don't think that's the right way to go. And I think all Ghanaians should rise up against that. Obianka say, friends of Kenneth is guilty or innocent. In the chrome near pay, is come near Pessi. But he ain't for quite passo. But I because then a better meal, which is for and we don't want this to happen. We want our democracy to grow. Well, I said, she can Pessi, but he ain't for quite passo. The kind
of OSP, knowing that the way is under investigation, OSP investigate. I don't know one crime.
Also, prof, you are not asking way home. About MBS over free sewer. That's why we have the transition team. Sanyama way is discuss the transition team. Not the prof Krabman said only currently was started didn't come out. That is the OSP. What you are investigative body, but their legal institutions are also fast. And why is that no? Okay, OSP say only chief of staff go say papa we say they be the see as an orco. But I said all these things have been done. The OSP is just playing to the gallery. The Juma have anything and that is when Ghanaians should we should condemn what he's doing. It's just not right. But I said because OSP kind of let's all strive for what is right and what is just. The channel be can hear party was I say when I cost one judgment debt. No, never for crime business about your mind is back up engine more than what you're going to retrieve. I mean Jack's can crime and natural. So in Tiana and the prof dream pass said the OSP should be very, very cautious. He's treading on very dangerous grounds. And he's setting precedents. I don't think the nation wants to go there.
Okay, but Mr. Tabedia, he was operator was part of your government. Now
yes.
The fact that NPP nipa be brain your appointment home. But
yes.
operator a few people in society or my investigation. Do you think that it should have come to this? So if he had handled his office well, and when we said he's not been found guilty, everybody has a presumption of innocence there. But you, as an NPP person, chairman of NPP, knowing the concerns internally, people raised against Ofori, how he managed certain things there, do you think that only the talk of the time and the subject of OSP investigation, not in one case, not in two cases, not in three cases, these are 5 cases. Don't you think that it raises a question, serious political integrity question? Say, what do you want to show me?
Also, you have to look at the context and in terms of Ofori. Don't forget, Ofori had data bank. Already, a lot of people had raised issues. Data bank and the transaction with Ghana government. There's been a lot of issues over the years. What I say, conflict of interest issues. This interest, but that doesn't show if the man is guilty or not. But there's always been public interest. And I'm saying, say, fine, but yeah, let's follow the due diligence. And I'm already say, sometimes when there's a change in government, there's a lot of speculations. You see, maybe $20 billion. What I say, in terms of judgment debt. The next day, number I say, some of these cases have to be further investigated. There's a lot of speculations out there. Let's not fall on this scandalous, let's wait for the facts. You have all the state machinery that will come and show that this is what the party have done. But speculations out there, and what will be, doesn't help anybody. Happens as Ghanaians, doesn't help anybody. Just make sure we follow due diligence. It's normal. Something that was expected. So, oh, definitely. Or no, as a finance minister with his company, there were a lot of people had questions. And people would like to see, say, did he actually follow due diligence? Then the company just contribute normal. But find the question, say, no credit, that's what I would just push for.
Yeah, but Chairman, even beyond, Prof.
Now, my contact so. Almost say, okay, say, your friend say, there's new government speculations be so. Almost say, the oral team no, yeah. Say, you see, okay, to the down on me boy.
It's even the chairman. I forgot it.
Yes. And other members are part of the team. So, so me, deep politics channel. And as a former journalist, you sit back and look at the your friend is saying a formation of the team. Adentina yema a politician in a day now. Okay, so a politician, me boy. When you say, "Oh, I can't win now," are serious technocrats.
Yes. Domelevonia, they even Ramon Achakra is a technocrat.
The technical guy,
journalist.
Yeah. Me say, I didn't know. So, you be a why you check no policies. What the chacha? What's the backer? You just ask yourself, I didn't know a politician in a day.
That is from the onset. There was a political agenda.
Of course. Now say, they are in the space of politics. So, and a smart move on the part of the president to have done that. Smart move. And of foremost, our team no. On in pass team no, they don't have any legal basis. What you say? On in pass team no, we know only biting basis. They can bite. They can't do anything. But for political purposes, you know, it's a skillful and masterful. No, so man for technocrat head. I'm the politician because we are in the space of politics. Politics. So I'm say chairman, which is Okuja Tubeka say, you can say, recover 221 billion when he may work.
And I was debunked by Domelebo.
I'm a politician. And Okuja also became very popular on this state lands. State lands, this man. So he became very popular. And a technical guy who is not doing politics, who thinks, my reputation goes beyond Ghana. My reputation goes beyond a certain political party. Came back and said, this but they have not been verified. So, because for all you know, he Domlevo is probably a consultant. Consulting for other companies.
Oh, yes, EU. He was in Somalia and in Sudan recently. Yeah.
And if he sits down for his name to be dragged in such a speculative agenda, it will harm him. So, and Domlevo is also opening himself up for any government that comes and wants his service, or a technical guy. So, and you show is na se yakasa timemfo no mo Facebook no montie no mfa nyansa bi no monya atemdidie ne se na we debi there is a reason for a lot of things that ekoso Ghana. President Mahama ye no wan fa Domlevo ene be ye your friend say chair because I'm so Domlevo be chair the political friend say goal no person score no onyan free ho what you say name said Domlevo as a technical guy, or Kofi Boachi as a technical guy, or Ramon Acha as a technical guy, they will be able to help with the technical aspect of a human and yet exercise in futility.
Exactly.
But me the politician, and why also your political class. Anything that is sensational, I just said journalist, anything that is sensational. And your property. Yes. And I'm saying a minister who could to Bekai. Every obia bad and scan but technical guy about bojidi.
So this whole thing from oral to Ofori to what can I say last minute recruitment, it's all been covered and clothed in too much unnecessary politics. That's what you are saying.
And then
The substance of the cases now has been lost.
so one was
Misleading Ghanaians, and so that's your point, Reba.
partly yes, but yes, but you see the and America say me a strategist. Wouldn't say me a strategist. Me near and this is 1 year me form so 100%. If you can politics they are, if you can politics because near your friend say employment here see NDC former NPP former chief of staff so about
last minute recruitment, no
recruitment if you say what can be any status at the EU and NDC for Nanga said them say any starting every 7 December BIA even contractors cry be contractors cry we be what you say and for political goal there mesco so but beyond that no ena sanema way na course because who say political class na who say timemufo na ngasa no I say nimdie no en sheda anye dey en what you see go Facebook say dem kofo say di atem wo ho no sa wo ye kan na ye person kan kofo suemu aba say bibi say ba look at it in different lenses. Na hwe dwene hwe nipa na ono OSP na ono ka asem no and chief of staff ono ka asem no e dey lens na ono hwem na wo te ho a na wo so adwene ho say e dey lens na me so me de behwem na ma hwe say ono ne me ne de ebo abra then wo as a citizen no wo ba wa koye wo investigations and say ono no OSP no o yesei inti no kan say chief of staff yesei inti no kan say they didn't man kan say now so sua bibi so inti dey be also hwe as a strategy dey me ne NDC for oral team no me anka me setting bi waka ho because a score political points omanya go so but on the other side no so a almost not in the hero session too is to be baby
I know begs another question I'm person me busa but Mr. Tabediako, there's a question about operator also here no because the this question is NDC also using this already to set a trap for themselves. It's a problem. For some question to a man, member on that. Mr. Tabediako, operator, you know, see beyond just institutions here, you man, we should allow the institutions to work. But politically, this has also to say the problem kind politics and so. It is also created an image for more NPP for say more across for Munko behavior and no. I have 5 cases. And I could be to me that it's at least who say even ordinary Ghanaians so we not can attack the honor and the cost. And then see a crack Sika come a branch bet me one agenda one when you come to me see also tobacco. But I'm an unquanka and yes, it was. And then there's also reports of internally, Ofori was warned. But I never do on my journey. I didn't see in terms of politics. Do you think there was so Obagana? Whether before he said you match and after he said you also Obagana, nobody know that he shouldn't play around. Me was said you politically just to clear the image of more MPP for.
No. Also, Ghana, Ghana scan ye can want him. So if he's healthy and able, I'll be able say also baby yano. But I'm too hard in Chasim so Obakaya and this is for me oral because I'm will show you so because I'm media me fuaso and other internet me fuaso because the oral is only going to benefit MPP. Maybe one because that's in which and why is it going to benefit MPP? Yeah. So I'm the year witch hunting a year operation. Ghanaians are going to see Ghanaians as Madam Bihu. So I do say no create any. What do I say? And a basso said no crepa say, oh, okay, we buy over this car. What are you doing? You are removing the bad elements from the party. The party can rebrand. What do I say? So from that perspective, no, I don't see anything wrong with oral. And maybe I'm saying or more infringe on the rights of Ghanaian CD. I know says why the baby I'm the speculation say 20 billion and China say no. I knew that this was what was going to happen. So the end result would end up benefiting MPP. So means show oral. What I say because at the end of the day, it's Ghana first. It's idea about Ghana, I'll support it. But I know, say, irrespective of what the outcome, no, MPP will be a beneficiary at the end.
How will MPP benefit from this? Because
I say one. So I'm me. If you say I'm see to 20 billion. I don't know what's here. If I'm a friend, as same way. MPP 20 billion. Be I mean, percent. Who does it benefit? It benefits MPP. What does it? Oh, sir, and I'm gonna say, as you say, we have to this guy. I said, I'm gonna prove he is guilty, right? And then it raises a party of bad apples. So much to improve here. What does he do? It shows it was just speculation. Either way that you look at it, it's positive for the party. That's why I'm not against oral, because it's Ghana first. But I said, but I know very well, say, minimum the ecosystem because maybe I yourself, mechanical idea we say, intent. Those are prof casting be a prof is very, very smart here. There's an intent, the political intent of forming oral. And that political intent is in the agenda of the nation or the agenda of the NDC. And I know very well so that agenda wasn't for Ghanaians. It was an NDC agenda to try to create a speculation. So, oh, party on by this kind of saying, I'm trying to bombs. We are not have a defense mechanism. Oh, wait there. Wait 20 wait, and yes, they're trying to put still themselves. And I can tell the Ghanaians are smart. At the end of the day, the Ghanaians will say, that way there was a lot of hot smoke without fire. Prove the cases that were guilty, then we'll take it from there.
Okay.
In the Kenya, yes,
is it something that is positive for more NPP for?
At this stage, he hasn't been proved. I wouldn't say it's positive for NPP, but it's an ongoing case. Nobody wants a party to be involved in such litigation. But what I want to say is let the case end. Let us see the facts of the case. What I say, I didn't be able to just as a nation. So okay, saying no, you're wrong. Because I can tell you, say no, because why be until a court of competent jurisdiction shows you say a honey a touch him. What I say, let the facts come out. Then let's learn from a nation. But no party wants to be embroiled in corruption. When you go and issue, you know, because I said that on that one share if anything, US. Ubi are finally guilty. I am on 10 years in when you
Master boss.
I know OSP. I declare the fugitive. Oh, so there is a political lens to all this. So for me, you know, as a party chair, you know, what I'm looking for is the best of Ghanaians. And I know as MPP would come out very good with this oral, irrespective of how you look at it. So I'm not really scared of it.
If you look at how MPP form when you were coming 2016, you know, even 2017 when you won the election, it was it's a sharp contrast between image and the same one. Say the kind of promises you made. President Akasa in inaugural speech, I shall protect the public purse. Can you truthfully say that Susu Diana and Monkasa Mususu Mam? He would have forgotten NDC. Susu Diana Mususu Mam, public image, Amujaye, Mudia better than NDC. Because you had accused NDC, said NDC was corrupt. Some of the issues that came out before the election in 2016, it really benefited more MPP for it. Because NDC now most scandals they break one after the other, including Ford, their Airbus, so you made people believe you say, Modia, you will do better. Did you think say no image in a name way? Because the said, image where they are not 2017.
No, 2016 but you can send me. We talked about infrastructure, we talked about free SHS, we talked about the hospitals. What I say, so when I'm looking at this in the quantum, then NDC handling corruption was part of it. What I say, some say main score our performance in general. Corruption might be one of the places where I don't think we're able to achieve our goals. And there are so many reasons to it. One, our judicial system. What I say? Case was in care for 8 years. As like interview and Kenry, new year what I say? Because there's independence between the judiciary and the presidency. You cannot just go ahead and bamboozle yourself or set up kangaroo courts to go and try your opponents.
Exactly.
It's going to fail. What I say? You might have the objective, say this is what you want to do, but it's a judicial process. And sometimes MPP as a party, I think we think about Ghanaians very well, the well-being of Ghanaians. I'm going to make a central. What do you say about that double track salary? MPs BG, Haruna, jail them. It was a clear case they admitted someone the double salary. This was a jailable offense. But another say I didn't know. It didn't even go to court. It didn't even go to court because there was a plea in parliament. What I say? And another didn't go for what does he get? What do you achieve? But I say, I think we have a nation's image to protect. And then I'm no question can fight the same government attitude on go for me here. How would I now jail? We would have lost that brains. Sometimes it's not about playing the political charade. Say, the end result is very important. And that is what I want NDC to learn. Say, yes, we all want accountability. Ghana, I can say we from school fees. You say Mahama should be features. You say the Biamina calls. I want a very good government. I remember free SHS. What I say, Mahama can say about better 11 about better betting tax. Come on, put to me. Oba any na I say Adabraka. What some guy on me on it. Because NPP politics scramble or about better us. It's a goal for oil. I'm going to go for oil. Buying and I use buy goal for oil better us. Oh, a black oh, you say them I'm going to do say Ghana car construction. I Ghana car for. What I say, NPP politics is what they are trying to sustain. Intimidate them. The can say, let's look at all these things in the quantum. Yes, nobody wants any party to be embroiled in all these scandals. But it's the end result that we need to look at. Yes, if he's proven guilty, we didn't score 100% everywhere. We did very well on education. We did very well in infrastructure. Hospitals, we did very well on them, even though but we did very well. Corruption, we didn't do as much. And it's good to accept. Sometimes it's good to accept your fault so that you can do a retrospective review and come back better. What I said, but there were a lot of challenges in the corruption arena. Some guys said the judiciary, was a challenge. So maybe the Mahama said constitutional review, they can look into that. So how do we expedite such political cases where there can still be fairness, but they can still be done on time? Because justice delayed is what? The justice denied. So until all these things we can look at and learn from it as a nation, and I'm hoping that moving forward, we'll be good. Until the other can be. I know what you say, yes, it's not good for our image, but I still think so let the end result speak for itself.
Okay.
Because
the better people answer question also about the discontinuation, because we can't look at this issue without talking about age. So cases now, or better yana where to train to move because if interest with or no when there are issues involving Ghana money, why are you discontinuing the but my person will make your comment about the national market?
If your friend say I'm say the broader issue is Ubisa say should Ken Ofori Attah come to Ghana and answer questions? Of course. One said, Obi anywa, minim so be the work of court da. Obi anywa
court reporter.
Obi anywa asem da no so a. No ton. I'm telling you. We are cry yare nenko because of asem no. Nti Ofori Attah no ra no. It is in his own interest. And Ofori Attah what na buchira che. Say not US Oba school ha oni Keligaji po name your friend say Togba Afadimu ne ba school ha what na ha che any you free grant what na ha che into on pesa betina buchiri into na ne papa mu no at his age nko home wo efin se chebi oso no na maburi not ho no odi abenkwa papa bi ne ebunabunu nkwa papa bi enti ko no ne yem kra na
I need your papa ni say etwe na bo no
Debi enti ubisa say e wo so ba na ono a ubisa no ka say me pekra say me ho ntome kwa na me mba na me na because twede e ben no no dey wagene ntem na Janice ka say institutions need to work o say yema institution na adwuma yewo Ghana wo fundamental problem and maminya ta na me nchechire mu o say ye J independence free ye colonial masters no ho ena Kwame Nkrumah de ehye eko socialism mu so since that time no it has been the government provide jobs, the government provides money, the government provides housing, the government provides this, the government provides this. So now what your cons adentina from 1992 aban bia nim say constitution no enkoye why your programs ewo ho about constitution the lawyers ekuku da maba aban bia say aban bia ba one of their promises e be na your constitution no obaso awonye constitution adentia because from a historical perspective no ebo aban no sabani ba
so loopholes na our constitution and politicians no
yes
okay
yes because from 60s ABC no aban is the largest employer of the country of the state it is a aban no ba no ka say hey ye president power free in some so by appoint yoku ye president power free so by appoint IGP ye decentralize ye friend say district assembly no more elections no be I elect na de ye decentralize ye friend say anima we nyina president to me wo hin ontimi nya hwi bokromo na enya good politically some more elections president ni ka say ye buy ya mankrofo nwuma be 10 million makwan yaye say president ni be boast to the party be boast no say yaye sa anima we nyina na me just anima we nyina free me nsem local government.
So they like the weakness in the constitution. Loopholes, but that makes them take advantage of the system.
And say maybe na me appoint IGP. A day corrupt cases. Ena Manasi, your friend say Rimona Chanum, any your friend say even investigative journalists anchor about President Akufo-Addo a ministers nibi. Yeah, near come. I didn't a president kind. I said the institutions are working. None of them have found them corrupt. Wangasa.
Yep.
Yeah. I said, Obi said a question. I said, Kaba, and also be Obi said a question. I check. I said, and somebody called
a media encounter here for you. I remember.
I said, somebody called Shraj. Shraj, a friend say, exonerated them. What they call a CID. CID, if you almost him. But who appoints all these people in the state institutions? I don't know. Now, IGP. And also now, a Shraj, a Yoko, a chairman. Obaba catch was president, minister, and Wediska. Or about trouble thing. Over my trouble thing. Because I know you.
Yep.
And Nina, ye can you know. Ne fare bypass institutions will work, Obiaba.
It's just facade. So, no question. Now that NDC is in the seat or Tiakunyasono. Because NDC so NDC accepted trap a man because what is Susu Diabia to us? What they also bad say. Now say the two we are going to judge you by the same yardstick. So do you think NDC can do better? So we are the sad measurement way to one. Will NDC do better? In the NDC better now also 4 years, I will not have any corruption case. Can they scrutinize the ministers' appointees near there? Say say Obi office here, so much for anyone. I know that it's been denied there. But can NDC deliver? Because another can say, we shall protect the public personnel. Can NDC deliver now?
One who said, wait, what wouldn't mean found compare NPP DNO?
Okay.
The reason why I want to found compare NPP DNO said, we were Basoda. And when your time, I got to 8 years. So, and the young fan saying academic exercise be 8 years in every year be no boom compound ministry way a dear pan man in the year. Every year be no ministry way sports a dear pan man in the year. Minya kwan ba de na meye. Enti was a nose ni nyina wo ho. Eno na was ono so hu say NPP e ba yi. On my promises bebrebe. On my ntimi anis bebrebe so. So hu. Enti no e de na me metimi aya. Ebeboa me. Na on say no radio stations are dorsum.
Exactly.
They say social media are very vibrant. So enti this time crapono a menacing chain your friend say MPP there no because be a that one thing 2 minutes be that one thing and the scrutiny no will come on you big time than before and as to whether you if you call it trap so say is amufi say yes, only friendly back to Boabuan, just a Najina baby so. They are armed with their history, their past, and the failures of MPP and Amode Bay. Okay. But Mr. Mihu said there are a lot of positive traps.
Okay.
The positive traps are making, and say, I'll give you an example. One say, Ababiaba, because of your person, your campaign, Omoba, I don't know 4 years. So, mena me say. Enti de obiaye no onto aso.
Okay.
Opeso no ye ne de.
No the genie did.
Yes, on the genie din. But obeto aso pe na bona fight si. And when start here, and when to aso, and amount that capital no. Open your no keje run about. Mahama na ye. So for like interject. Ye even say Akufo-Addo na ye. Nobody acquire elections. Nobody actually Timemufo. But they say no. I'll give you just a typical example. From your friend say as of December, no more yet from Kaswa to Cape Coast, Duaka. 6 flyovers in a good acquire so. Now, omo tutu kwan no monche monka mfutro ne ade atache nso to enye ekwan na nketimi de 2 hours etwa se beti de be 4 hours na etwa eye hazardous say NDC fo ntimi anye sa akwan yi pa in the next 6 months or a year. That means a hot stretch ni na hwe be lusu.
If kaso akọ go one ade nyina no.
I'm telling you, say the kwan si tie no enyenyen if you am say from
but NPP also they start this project no.
I don't know asem no. Enti any positive trap no. Oh yeah, eboati memufo no, but ono political class no fi say nyame na me start here. Me koye pe ye de no nyame man NPP fo. Thought ya say. But I was here. Okay, your friend say there are so many of Kumasi almost started Kumasi Waka regional.
But the good thing is that President Macron call Otu for no can say NPP for project or better us. So I know that he has tied himself down with his own personal commitment to obey.
Say obey you. Say if you a bedroom also sometimes so what the policy church you cover ye bisa question be say na say so for line interchange a certificate for address me boa. I didn't never see there.
Yeah.
Because ye nyina ye ko bilateral ye friends say talks. Ye ko those is ye cover ministers in ye ko bilateral talks. Ye ko yes ye ko give loan for maybe 35 million. It is for a stretch of Agogo to Konongo. Loan no yaje. Na e den na bani free so a na project ni jai because about free no be ba no. O se skele ni ho. So skele ni ho. Enti say President Mahama so obeye ono only choice also oh yeah. But the problem is he is now going to renegotiate. Asem no. Okay. No renegotiate kwa na say your friend say donor agencies in the be mana. Ono so be hu say eh na sa kwan kra nyame na me start yi. Me de kwa kwoto aso. Ana me so me kwan kwa foforo kra wo ayi your friend say ayi budumburam to your friend say ayi swadru. Na me so me fa nyi me tu. So ti ase.
It's true. What was it? But Mr. Sorry, because that also begs the question about issue Nana may raising about say we live in a system where okay, NPP last minute you could. This is how government is targeting it. The NPP for saying last minute there, and also NDCC Ochum. What do you think about that? The Abana say there were suspicious last minute recruitment and more NPP for more and it's one of the things that Prof are describing as positive traps. Because already NPP, President Mahama is scanning up. Most of recruiting pushing government to way bill up. Government to need score debate here. So now they are threatening to sack all these people. What do you think about Sadiano?
Yo, Mamen Kasim also, oh, you're into look at him, say, are these people Ghanaians? And then the first question you have to ask yourself. For you to come and sit on radio, say, yeah, the MDC phone call never found the women, the only Ghanaians into your medino. You know, it begs, you know, it is really bad. But I say, a really bad, sir. We are setting a precedent, sir. It being see your mind. Domelevo, I can't want me. I'm appointed after December 7th. Okay, I'm going to lose the election. You appointed.
I think December 6th.
December 6th at the same time. What I say? Not by one Pamono. There was a lot of appointments that Muhammad did or losing elections. Even to the extent second candidate within the same period, the quarter of Saramania. What I say? Sanimo when in Hawaii, but we are all Ghanaians. But I say, no one banana can say, oh, we have the same way. We are trying to find a flimsy excuse to make all these people unemployed. That I think, sir, it's really bad, and Ghanaians need to set up. Okay, now saying, don't show airway. We tried to provide electricity. That's how we did it today. We found a way to make sure the lights was kept on. Also says, for some reason, how was some people able to do it? That's the question Ghanaians need to ask Mahama. About the Senate MP for Washington, near light. So now the buy this kind of I'm for the now this kind of it was because of our good policies near sad economics and near one thing and keeping the light. And that is what we expect NDC to do. And not be giving these excuses. Just can you want to buy because we can find NDC for one thing near you for because Mama from Timbos NDC one number 4. And that's our dream near the boom mine. It does not help as a nation. And what they did now, I think, sir, is very, very bad. It sets very bad precedences that shouldn't occur.
But also cast a one almost started side, you know. In any case, Chairman, what is the justification for last minute recruitment? See, I in December, I wouldn't say your government is exiting. So what is the justification for? Indeed, was it last minute so-called?
That is what I was going to tell you. Share a last minute recruitment. It said one day in a core night, you find all these people. Hey, recruitment process, how long does it take? You book a website or so called who upload CV. To be a last minute recruitment, it is not even possible physically. I said one day in a person can all ministries, all the how did they even do their due diligence? And yeah, no correct. Were there some recruitments done at the last? Definitely there will be some. What I say, but in the crash, everything was done at the last minute.
Janice,
I understand what is going on.
Janice. We're a politician. You're a politician. We're a politician. There were there were a lot of you can't last minute. We are not just saying literally last minute, say 7, right? But
yes,
these positions, say unim. Your friend say how the government system works. There have to be clearance. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
The Ministry of Finance
exactly
has to have clearance before any recruitment. Positions in that for almost all this while. It is up to anything I find the a little bit disturbing because the finance minister holds a lot of power.
Mm-hmm.
He holds a lot of power. When he said recruitment be a bekosu okrom the finance ministry has to give clearance.
Yes.
So, and here can last minute. Yeah, and say 7th and the foul be. These are clearances that have been pending for a long time. Okay, and I mean come about NPP and this year be they've done it. And I'm gonna say we're in the political sense, they all do it. They all do it. Yeah, can't one-offs say dom levonkwa and yeah, can 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. So we have fire service. We have your friend say a police. We have a GRA. We have your friend say most of these people were people from the NAPCO system. Okay, so most of these people were from the NAPCO system. NDC Rollins Mutem Yebi, Juan Yebi, Obia Yebi. But the point is, if you come back, when was clearance given? When
exactly my point.
Are given.
So, bro, why between NDC opposition, because there's a government that was in power and there's a current government. Why are they not giving details about when we? Because Nati said, Fatima to Abubakar, like for instance, security agencies, when clearance was given, time was starting process. It was even last year.
If you and not now also journalists, the politicians will do things expediently.
Mm-hmm.
They will talk about what is expedient for them. It is for us in the academia and the journalists to go and dig the facts. Until I make us say, when did these agencies report that there are vacancies? How was the process done? Because there's a process.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's a process. You issue, say, through your before you all go for budget hearings. Okay, before they factor all this into the budget. And to budget hearing now, was a ministry, a department and ministry, budget hearing in the finance ministry. You go there and put your budget there. Now I call different budget, and the more vacancies should be factored in the budget. Yeah, approve we and sana. Maka say okay, finance ministry. You approve what they we into your friend say mama allocation into your mama clearance to hire people. Into also as journalists and as a social one for no comment. Mo kwana ko investigation na mo process we nyina na mo timer yema approval timer minister no ema clearance no a timer December December year 2 December 1st year 2 abanu wi anase ye nto abanu kwa no odum so be lose no and then last minute na ye kan no mark clearance. Into mark clearance, now say from December 1st to December, you found that is what some people would deem as last minute. And the identity minister, mark clearance in December 1st or November
in this particular case, the letters I saw of Fatima to Abubakar shown, the clearance was given earlier in the year, but last minute clearance came around November.
What was the FM? Also, some of Prof can because that's what I was jumping on. Also, NDC issued a memorandum, and they still category a high date. Say, yeah, file. I think the December 7th, they gave a date. What I say. So it gave the impression to Ghanaians say, you lose your banner, and you found on that date, and that's a false narrative. What I say. So what's the Prof say? There's a process to this. So you don't push that false narratives. The money who say you lose here, they go find before you because there's a process to all this. Oh, to try to dynamic I saying sometimes no, we have to get the facts of these things. Oh, to one sorry, you don't go through the ones may go for me in Eddie. Opo asem bia me unya ba bio ya man say you be fa kwan nya mamu aban hwe say o bia man the letter bia January ba say kwan ba be fra no aba omu nyina omu ti ho after kwan ba no afa omu it's not just a project that started on 7 December. But when you issue a letter like that, creating the impression, say, 7 December, they form then I don't think you're being very honest to the nation.
But Chairman said the process also started earlier. Then they do December, now when you see there's an incoming government. Munjai, the last portion of the process in my incoming government, because you don't take substantive decisions.
In principle, I agree, but let me tell you something. I say, any for say, in another 7 days of fuel. Okay. What does that tell you? There was an expectation there, even though you've lost the election, you should still govern.
Okay.
What I say? If you should still govern now, that's a agency waiting any power. The agency should run ad hoc. What I say? There's an expectation on it for government, so you cannot follow the government say, Philly say, okay, my this process, this is the right time to bring these people in, and he brings them in. That's the responsibility of government. So come buy and I'm some buy we don't come just 5 days of fuel. But I say, and the Omega started in government here, Juma. You didn't talk about it. But other positive idea, the mobile must say no. So sometimes we have to look at this in a grander lens. And yes, there's a thing spectrum because they score political points. No, the government, even though we lost elections, still had a responsibility to the people until we handed over to Mahama.
Okay.
Yes, in principle, there are some grand decisions you cannot make. I understand because you're bringing a new government. But that's the role of the transition team. Maybe someone say, okay, part of the transition meetings, was there a discussion to hire people? That's a good question for journalists to find out. But it could have even been discussed at the transition level. Nobody even knows. So those are the facts that we need instead of trying to paint somebody black just to score cheap political points.
Okay. But just before the coming force to join it, do you think with just 1 month of NDC in power and just 1 month of more NPP for in opposition, is NDC on track? Because so far the president in 120 days, he seemed to be on track. Also, by appointing the ministers. I think almost ministers think they were just people are disappointed. So, position. So, Mahama can say 60 ministers on the fast. So, all of a sudden, we'll be a young boy, I think there'll be more panic. I said, I don't want friend. Now, saying, I didn't want to 60. So, I think the very lobby, and I say, who flyers now? Yes, I found your institution. We are there, but no relocation, reappointment. Yeah, they don't go another place. Permutation is possible. So 1 month, do you think President Mahama is on track?
As and that's what I was going to start from. Relocation, reappointment, 24-hour appointments. What do I say? It shows you something. Say, was there any thought process in appointing these people? Who do you call this agency? Now, once 24 hours, the person is not competent. No way you call her. But was there a thought process? I appear that things are being done in a rush because they've seen the reality. Because somebody say, opposition. Never been on manka. Go for oil, you buy, you became. We are going to continue it. What you say? What is opposition? Oh, and a Ghana dear, we are a spiritual nation. You buy a bigger game, since you buy a different story altogether. Now they are singing from a different hymn book. What you say?
Bill now expire into
Bill now expire. But you see, but I'm giving you instances. What you say? Trying to build our reserves back in our economy with gold. That's one of the brilliant things that we've done. No matter more opposition. Oh, yeah, that wasn't good. You see, they are going for it. But I say, all the things that they said that they were going to cancel, no, may try and say I'm about to cancel e-levy. I'm about to cancel betting tax. All those things haven't been done. We shall appointments some years, 24-hour appointments some year. There's a lot of confusion going on. Obia and Pegana, but we want Mahama to succeed. I said, well, when power to the failures of Mahama, when power because Ghanaians will be able to compare after 8 years. Said, yes, MPP for buying, yeah, mistakes there. But at this say no to me, yeah. But they will compare us to NDC. So that I don't have any problem at all. But maybe almost 30 with 24-hour appointments, I don't think sir, they're on track. He's done something good. He's been able to reduce the amount of ministers. You know, that is good in a sense. But I have a question on some of the appointments. It's not personal, like I'm attacking people personally. But I think that there are some state institutions, or more down or no, I don't think that they have the requisite experience with a PMMC. What I say, this is a very critical.
Sammy Jefi.
So, I mean, this is a very critical. Somebody is very good in what he does, communication here. But this is a very critical state institution. You need somebody with a lot of experience, law experience. Somebody that is because you're managing the state resources. But I think somebody could have been allocated to a different ministry where he could have done a better job. But I think where he is, maybe the president knows something that I don't know. And those are the little things that I have a problem with since some of these positions. 24-hour CUs because I'm going to do what no who do my person why not. What's the laptop? He doesn't even have any idea.
PMMC was also a lawyer like Sammy JP. He didn't have any
he had 10 years. He was a deputy. He had over 10 years of experience. He had practiced law. Yes. No, he was a deputy. PMMC. Go and check. Okay. Yes, he had over 10 years of experience in that institution. Okay. That is the caliber of people that we need. You don't want to communication. PMMC. That is the problem that I have with these appointments. What I say, but in principle, reducing government budget is good. Don't get me wrong. Because you say near want to say budget V8 so better. I wish we come on between, but you're basically reducing government expenditures. So that I'll give that to him. But we've not seen any of the policies or cash over here. Maybe it might be too early. In my opinion, exactly. To my opinion, you're man 1 year. You're man 1 year. At the right time, we'll come and evaluate. You're man a time. No more finding you or then in a year by this time, we can sit down and have a very good critical analysis of the performance of the NDC.
Okay. But more so, more so MPP, more 1 month in opposition. Say the confusion here, will catch NDC, but it appears to confusion because right now almost everybody is talking in MPP. What is happening? Do you have a central system?
I see it twofold. I'm sorry, I see it twofold. Mm-hmm. There is a party discussion that is going on where people are looking for reforms, and you are hearing all this, I can't call it noise going on, people saying that we need this change. And also there's a positive development in parliament where the micro minority is now becoming the majority because majority number coming to Minkasa. So the micro minority is actually spearheading our national agenda. So for me, I'm happy what that is going because that's a concern. But these people are showing said they are bringing the spirit of the JB Danquest, the Rochers back. They are holding the NDC to their feet in parliament. And for me, that is critical. Because it will help us in the long run. But the noise going on within the party, that is something that when we see elections was a monumental loss. So it's expected that a lot of people are going to come out and say all these things. I want to encourage people to be able to use your 4-hour coins. So I'm going to calm it down. If you have the committee, hopefully the committee is going to come with their recommendations. Then we'll be able to implement and rebrand the party. But until holiday, there's too much noise going on. But I think our parliament is doing a yeoman's job. I congratulate them, and they should continue to hold NDC's feet to the fire.
And don't be too quick to say NDC for your majority no moon to mean Casa because see when they decide to whip you people, munya and no one.
If you are so if you are no so I grab so if you are no paya in the echo. What's your micro minority. We want to hold them to the fire.
Well, you see,
Chairman, some of these things are in jest, but
say a new government, so they are busy lobbying other things.
Maybe I'm lobby for other things. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm more lobby, but I'm more lobby. So we won't sit down. We'll still have a country to run. So our micro majority will go ahead and do the job. And so far, they've done an excellent job. And I tip my hat to the NPP caucus in Parliament. They are doing a very good job.
It could be to say that now we have Parliament
and it's fine. That could be the truth.
I was chairman of a Ghana Water, a committee board. When now he doesn't have all those boards. He has so much time on his hands. Or to me, money we never use quite. Or what time on this side by then now? Who near my chairman?
Let me say the end justifies the means. That's fine. Exactly. As long as they could have wasted that time, but they're using it for positive development.
Okay.
What I say, so I see that's still positive. Say what you. As long as they are doing what Ghanaians expect of them, no, I tip my hat to them. They are doing a very good job.
Okay. But Prof,
politics, but me. If you have said so far, and this is almost good job now. Me, I won't pass any. I won't do any evaluations. Okay, I won't do evaluations. For now I haven't, which is true early anyway. Me who any major policy intervention be yet.
Okay.
Inti mean more a good job and a bad job, but to take a swipe at chairman say. Appointment no more, and no, I know it's neither here nor there, and the politics no here because unipa wow personal life got me a mistake. What me a mistake? What me caught baby because even I mean was assign which what I say. What me caught? What me foul car? Say we cook room now. What your wallet crowd the cook room? What me normal right? Into the chairman you know ye. Now me say. Sir, your friend is a minister. Maybe I don't agree with the president. I don't.
You don't agree? Okay.
No. Mean chat. I fear a juma or crown was any by you. A juma or horse are binding ye, not alleviating for problems.
That's what the Muhammad touched there, and yes, or the Fuyamu. He told us for the first 50 ministers.
Maybe himself also a politician. Not the politics. Muhammad did that because no person or per contrast to Nanado. Say Nanado any 120 any man or no 520. What you say? Because a Juma wo what I was said just youth are a good if you are in your Jumanye. Do you think that 1-2 people can head a whole ministry to provide jobs for a Juma and Korana? No, you need brains. You need strong brains to help the minister and run and think about and or mine. My problem is, and I'll tell you, when him said deputy ministers, appoint you need maybe a mom. You need maybe a mom, and no,
why say you need maybe a mom?
Make catch okay, and the appear could be former Asante NPP, or said the worst a Juma obey we aspire to be a deputy minister. And I mean, say any ministers he didn't come. They don't have any defined role. Who obey functional. It depends on your minister. So minister and person redundant. Only nam hosa kwa if ya.
No, ministers no more deputy for na bro. And I say we go one can say he have more people to do the work.
And I make us
say that to other deputy ministers in your Jumanye.
And I make us say
oh my bro.
And I make us say me President Mahama I was say a bino take on himself say look so we are deputy minister these are your roles chief of staff any ministers look let's have a performance agreement with all your ministers deputy or main or whoever regional performance agreement into when a Jumanie or a minister for youth development youth nina shawunsa we are second year development in national. These are your KPIs. But to flatly say me the 2 assistant ministers because 120 in the door so there. The other things are Chairman Kayano or Bosami Jenfidin specifically. On say in leadership roles, no, I mean sure idea. See, in most successful organizations around the world, none of these people are technical people. If you are. Good leadership has nothing to do with technical people. My former boss, when I was in corporate America, my former boss would always tell me, say, surround yourself with best people and they'll make you look great. Okay. If Sami Jenfi is able to get talents, I'm talking about talents, brains around him, he doesn't have to be a
technical person in gold.
No, he doesn't have to be a good person. He just has to be a good leader, somebody who can monitor, somebody who can evaluate, somebody who can direct, somebody who can assess. That is what he needs. You don't need to be a good lawyer to be a Supreme Court judge. No. Or be a good lawyer is relative. What you say? And I said nka president nka epo bi o president dey say nka ko hwe bi a wa ko suku awie anim wa say no. It's about getting yourself surrounded with people who are best and better than you. And for you to be able to hold them accountable. Yeah, history, US history. When you say George Washington, I don't think it's any education crack anymore. George Washington. Do you know, say he's surrounded? Okone cabinet. Read the US history and see. Okone cabinet. Not Jefferson, Adams. These are gurus. These are lawyers, academicians. There's so called cabinet and to but he was able to make this union a powerful union in the US.
Yep.
Yes. Yes. Until he wasn't he was a soldier. I think Washington was a soldier. And was a lawyers, academicians, and he made this country what it is today.
Okay.
What I say? And says Sammy Jemfi be good up to Sammy Jemfi himself to know and learn about leadership and see, okay, can I hold people accountable? Can I have a performance indication with these people? Can I have monitoring skills? Can I direct? Can I assess? Can I evaluate people? Who are the people who surround themselves with that? Advice is leading, is scoring a goal, is scoring a goal. It will make him look good. It will make the agency look good. It will make
so they say the onus is on you. That
yes.
Whether you are technically competent or not, and also to deliver and make
yes.
sure why you're successful in your position.
Yes, because men there, if you are your chroma say men, if time a kodum piano, come piano move free about by time a konedo move free about near whom men down. Near we say we have the men. Those days near talk now about 7 o'clock. 8 is near we are glued to our TV, a talking point Sunday because he said the rocha eba. You say JH Mensa eba. What you say? You say Vincent Assisi eba be modo talking point. You say Nes Thompson farm weninum. These were men. Yehubida. And then we had chaos in the parliament in the veterinary. These were then boys. They were investing.
Who have now
only to near budget.
My voice of yesterday. I want to have men in parliament.
Yeah, near budget almost. Now boys, hey, yeah, I don't pray no, but no, a black one, no, choboy. A move and then only leaders of DNA. Say Koya, we are seeing it. Say Koya, we are seeing it. So when I make you see how history is playing back to us. And see, maybe what I am saying is 60 ministers now presidents will the monies will be refunded back to somewhere. You best spend it. Where they are best spend it scan. Where they are VAT no direct be back at all. Where they are salunga no you back on public service commission for better. And you best spend it scan. The money will be expended. But a dear input pan na sankrofo a day babe mayen. It's not about the numbers. Their input nipano. Is he a good person to manage it portfolio?
What advice Alabama President Mama so that he doesn't repeat the mistakes? Mr. Saribedi any party NPP for that led to Asemo to for can say the company and the what you want to amount to. What would be your advice to President Mama in terms of delivering the entire comfort to man or 1.6 million voters?
Yeah, me a project manager. Okay. Now, one of the key things I am one high level project in Kofobi create a dashboard. Create a dashboard. Maybe cabinet meetings can advise President Mahama said they will be I will create a dashboard of every ministry. Every 6 months, cabinet meeting, dashboard on one area. Simple.
6 months,
every 6 months, cabinet meeting, the dashboard no in the area. Then they red, then they yellow, then they green. Where are we? Say, yeah, and business as usual. Ubos your horse, your cabinet meeting, your cabinet meeting, your casa, not 2 years, 3 years. Now,
the cabinet meeting in common every 6 months.
There be some meeting, and we priorities are more, there be more discussing. But upon beyond the discussions, what input are you bringing into the ministry? The amount say Jumano, and the dashboard near 6 months.
Okay.
Yabeka 6 months. Every dashboard neso. Uba na beka chat cabinet me say more implemented policy. Meboa yo yate yama cabinet yama go ahead. and our TV radio so now you shine. Hey, NAPCO, any idea about NAPCO? Okay, NAPCO near 6 months. You dashboard, so a new sign and a macrity. A new man, government jobs and kahun. Government jobs and kahun. Private sector, new man, and macrity. I bet me the elections for a bet me the court team and as a result of NAPCO, no, a nipa 2,000 and no more a yomajuma. Omo products, abaya so mumu, de koha. They don't depend on the government. You are reducing the number on the people that get on the consolidated fund. So, and not in the dashboard, na 6 months, bia, yanko, yanko dashboard, na so. Say now, say, hey, Haruna, why now can say 6 months more, yes, you, I be drew, habu, so yes, wait 120 days, time, okay. A whole president, chief of staff, said, Debbie, I'm saying, of course, yes, son, I'm saying, Jumana Yabro, so, won't me. And now, so say, Ebia adwuma na eso nti yan ya ka se de system ministers yan pe minister ba ko nka ne ho because adwuma no nko antimi hwe ha
okay
what you say and no na be ma sa efficiency no but say yan hwe han na etina and a minister na say na ya talk Ghana so the hype no hype wa no press conference no hype wa no conference obehu na dashboard na da bia na red da hosa obi aso nka ho hwe election time afeni na di hey you create 120 jobs. Now, if I debate, jobs never hin. Yes, meanwhile, the facts are there. Yes, Sunyane to Agokwanya, na aye basa. Intimate president na anka I will create a project management office with a dashboard every 6 months. 3 months, but quarterly biano a bad thing because the government system runs slowly. So because of bureaucracy, into 6 months, you remember so your friend say dashboard
no so
red, and the dashboard has to be kept by the loyalists to the president, not the loyalists.
Unfortunately, they say presidential staff is some awesome. So one apart from your regulars, the brothers, Nano ye, Joyce Bauer Muntari, you know. We need to see.
Was a presidential staffer. I mentioned what you yes, you reduce ministers and a presidential service. Send one say what can you me bra.
One minister, presidential staff is maybe
presidential staffer is equated to a deputy minister.
Yes. Article 71, but they have the same benefits.
Yes. And you know, and like I said, the money will be expended somewhere. What you say? And yeah, one decent minister, Krana. Yeah, in the back was a baby. But young former minister, now court ministry, because nothing goes on in the presidency. Minimum how nothing goes as the policy implementation in Google ministry. A honey here labor, no. A honey here human capital, no.
Not the presidency.
Not the presidency. A honey here, sir, if any say human resource and human capital. Honey build the capacity, no. Okay. A honey policies, you know. A trickle down to the FNSA team no. And your presidency on the overview and the whole entire country. What you say?
Okay.
And your capital be human capital be a ministry then trickle down.
Okay. Very well, Paul. I mean your final thoughts on this issue. Any year for President Mahama said that because clearly what the mistake position. What would be your President Mahama?
Yeah, wait there. When I'm going to there's a slight different opinion regarding the number of ministers. May I still support, sir, we have to go with a reduction in ministers. What's about my Prof. KBB? It's about the people that you surround yourself with. It's not about the ministries. What is here? If you have a minister that surrounds himself with good people, you can get a job done. Because all your benefits are minister, your money car, your money house help, your money, even creating a ministry itself has a whole lot of budgetary allocations. So I don't think it's about the number of ministers that we need to increase, but making sure, sir, we consolidate these ministries and then make sure these ministers are being effective. Like I said, you need a dashboard. You have people that the minister is overlooking, make sure they're very effective. So that is why I will still go for the fact, sir, we need to have a streamlined number of ministers. What I say, but make sure these ministers are being effective. But Prof, can it be about Sami Devi? I said, I don't have a problem with Sami Devi as a person. No. I'm kind of problem to myself. This is an example of George Washington. You don't necessarily need to be experienced in that field now. Go ahead, you know. What I say? 7% better journalist. That's a better journalistic institution. Maybe I'm more like me engineering. I've been an engineer. I've been a principal engineer. I've learned that skill of management, so I can transfer that skill to where I'm being put to. That is where I have a problem with media. I don't think that he has entered the ministry where he's learned that skill. So there are places where he could have been to have learned that skill to be able to occupy that position. Look at the a different ministry. Not that he's not qualified, but
management skills.
Exactly. That is where I see him. So that is the point I was coming for. It's not about say no, I understand say you can, it's management. And with management you can do it, but you need to have nurtured that management skill to be able to be inside a critical state institution.
Are you aware whether as a management? I don't know.
Maybe I don't know, because I know he's educated himself. But I know he's educated himself. So I believe that he has the theoretical knowledge. But sometimes practical experience is also very important. But I say, I'm hoping that he does the best. I say, if it was me, I might have not made that decision. But we don't want him to succeed. But it's a critical state institution.
Okay.
We all wish him the best. But I said, this is something I would have. But generally, I support Mohammed's idea to reduce the ministers, because it reduces the inefficiencies in the system. You have a lot of ministries. No, I'm V8. They're trying to even do the same thing. I mean, Prof. Kayan. They might even have deputy ministers. So consolidate these ministries and how basically they are being effective. So that is where Muhammad said Muhammad shouldn't be Ghana one nation. There's a very good framework that the NPP government has done. IT infrastructure, and I make us say, a friend is saying data infrastructure on Twaso. But then Ghanaians want progress. On that politician here, say when a year, it's me, why I won't get a credit here, you know. There are a lot of good things that we've done that he can build upon it, that is going to help Ghanaians in not on Twaso. And he should just step up and lead. Oh, I am there's a parliament from Bass, so don't go for that. And this that's not a Jatun. That's the Ghanaians, the governments that we want to see.
Yeah, you almost told me nothing.
Exactly. Also, that is the governance that we can. Then there is Ghana first. What I said, NPP will not come to power based on the failures of NDC. We don't wish that. We will come back to power based on our track record. That Ghanaians can compare. Say 8 years, 4 years, no more years, say. 4 years, say. Then Ghanaians are going to give us the mandate again. January if Mama said, Ocean Dima Bamba, they say, Ghana say, IT infrastructure, we're one of the best in the world. Build on it and also take Ghana to the next legacy. I think we will all prosper as a nation.
You met me that, and I got this information. I think I was trying to retrieve it. Say, here at Japan, position, because you know when you made reference to say Japan, the leading soldiers, some more cock and
exactly.
Everybody was raising the question saying his capacity at school.
Exactly. So this is a cover up because I'm in the air. This is a way to cover up for Japan. And that's not how we run a nation. But as you've been continuing instead of when you try to shield them, let's expose these people. I said, nobody a judgment debt. So you're just shielding somebody at the expense of the nation. That is not right. At the year and 1 year, let them come and apologize. Ghanaians are very sympathetic. But let's come back and apologize in Parliament. Let Japan himself come out and apologize. As then that's something that's some. Then if he wants to take his role as a new leadership role, that is fine. But don't use as a cover up when the guy knows that he really did what was wrong in the eyes of Ghanaians.
Okay. But for this time, I need to man in position, but that was after Kenofurata feel hostorm, you know.
Yes.
At the time of Kenofurata, no ni power there.
When power, because a cover up. It's a cover up for his mistakes.
Special operations at the National Security Secretariat effective 31st January. You see, but this letter is very suspicious to me because letter effective 31st January, let's say, or call he had the mandate as Director of Special Operations.
So said, this looks like a cover up. You know, when something smells like a rat, most likely have a rat. And some of these things, you know, let's be bold as a nation. And when things are wrong, come out and say things are wrong. That is that's the kind of leadership that we need.
I mean, me feels like Japan should not even have been in the picture. Police for so you don't take military officers in a civilian regime to people's houses. You know, people also have a right to use reasonable force to protect themselves. You do one, not as a pretty man do one. I said the mukute to so about fire mukra the entrance to protect his but and another whole thing altogether. So I said the moon in or mine so we must move on. Politics and doors from Ghana. What does good evening, Akaba?
Good evening, if you
My auntie, or any thought on issues now you raise so far?
May start it with now who can say Baumia is still the leader of NPP, Anna. Now who make it
I
comment?
think in their constitution, the last before they go to Congress to elect a new executive, let me say, but vaguely, I remember vaguely say, candidate become the leader of the party. But I'm not too sure. I have to verify it from their constitution.
Little bit because who presidential candidates who lose you are gone. The real owners of the party is the secretary and then the chairman. They are the owners of the party.
I have to verify it because I remember it vaguely, but I have to verify it.
Because Baumia, as it stands now, he has no locus in the NPP party, even though he was a former presidential candidate. The party owners are the executives. Until say yes, I be voted Baumia to lead the party in the presidential election, only locus be. People can only be advocating for his coming back to the party, but as it stands now, there he's on the touchline. Now
I don't know who had this in it. Because I have to read their constitution again to verify this, but also
if you Ofori time, I say casting our minds back. He's somebody who is very good at not obeying orders and instructions. Okay, say a time by inviting Ken Ofori as Ombra Parliament number in Sembiano. He refused until said he almost issue some parliamentary EB against him to appear in Parliament before or making that attempt. So, okay, that incident I make, I've forgotten the
say.
Yeah, because Umbra Parliament number in Sembiano, he refused until some issue some orders against him before he appeared.
I don't remember.
Oh yeah, listeners can remember that story. Me Kaipa until almost 13 months or appear in Parliament. Probably he's using the same tactics with the OSP.
But Babu said, Prof. Church say he had written to the transitional team, he had written to chief of staff and some hospital, no Oko. He was already in communication with them, Dada.
I know the OSP who are an independent body. Into also to me the OPE. I don't think that
but last week, you already let us know the lawyers to trauma OSP in so hospital. You already go, huh? I
said, who can say articles, no mature news articles, no mature recently. Almost he's gone indefinitely. Almost indefinite.
Unwanted doctor, no can cut indefinitely.
No.
Doctor, last week, you better kind of hatch no. Doctor, say, obey operation match.
Now, let no come verify.
Yeah, hospital, your hospital, kit one. There been already 2001 COVID, but I said you ordered now. So the person is not lying.
If you are
said you ordered and already.
If you are but the medical records need none was submitted. COVID.
He doesn't have to. There's confidence. More America, more HIPAA law. Just say you can't. Doctor, patient, you can't.
Into una the proof is on you. The burden of proof is on you. Say 2020 no call for liver whatever. Until after you have been consistent traveling to the US for this medical checkup. Until you are not who prove it to the OSP say you are not running away, but since 2020, this is the time interval. I would call hospital. Maybe the last time over America for a medical checkup was in 2020. Now we are in 2025. Now also it looks to us like you are trying to disappear. Kind of.
What was the entry because in between 2021 he may have gone that we don't know.
Yeah,
and this one we only know because of OSP invitation. It's not there's a time now, but in between, so we probably don't know.
We don't know. Yes, the burden of proof is on him to tell us. Why was he able to tell us in the first instance where it occurred in 2020? I don't know to me the same in 2021 up to 2024. He needs to tell us because he's not disclosing any sensitive medical information.
No, but there's still confidentiality, whether it's sensitive or not. The patient is at liberty to decide what he discloses.
No matter what, or best any documents be brave, Akoma OSP, be brave, so be leaky. That one there, you should prepare for it. It's and OSP so omo a mandate be brain so omo publish certain things.
Into a point, this is our shadow.
Yeah, so na me feel it.
Okay.
It should come back. It should come back and face investigation. And one, yeah, now, or prof make you come and say, oh yeah, Oforiata yeah, they are denting the image now. Our properties, data bank in other African countries. Banks now can Oforiata and Akufo-Addo collapse here. The owners, it's almost they had image to protect, but he went ahead and no collapse you. And up to now, Indum Crown, Crawford. Attah is or a scammer or a say. In some Crawford I say anything because of that. Oforiata actions not taken against some of these banks. And it's a Oforiata who is going under this same tangent there. Ghanaians should not complain because he's done it to other people.
Well, banking sector crisis, and you Oforiata, it was a government policy.
A government
policy. And yeah, or no per se. It's a government policy.
He's part of the whole.
Yeah, but like it should don't mention him and you on one personal decision. And it's a government decision.
Country Ghana force and you on one personal decision. A president in the money.
He doesn't. Oh, what boss? So he doesn't need to explain. Who you know?
Oh, this is how do I know? Me, I don't know who now who can.
No, what for school? What him said? When an institution takes a decision, it's an institutional decision. It's not a personal decision of the person. There's nothing personal about it.
It could be someone or take it on one unilateral decision.
Can you even contemplate? How can you even entertain the idea that one boss, many die, but why you do my institution that work on at least work on SHS, work on university where IT, I said IT engineer, no AI engineer, and everyone. Don't do that. We heard him say institutions, department head be taking decision. He's taking the decision on behalf of the company. A simple corporate governor, you know what that.
Yeah, Tihana NPP for because Oforiata has hijacked the whole finance ministry on why and
they gave you proof. He's the leader of the ministry. Everything rises and falls with the leader, but it doesn't mean the decisions are personal.
Actions need be no on make when you think OSP is after him. In the SML, no one authorized one can say cathedral, no one can say was it on your own unilateral decision.
They all got government approval. So many cabinet approval and going you can't blame him.
And the only number same way. So why is he hiding? Now, me say President Mahama OSP investigating no. President Mahama was in the country. He didn't run away. And one thing I am see the DBR from the OSP said President Mahama is trying to abscond and I say Bibisa. He OSP he even invited him and he investigated him for the Airbus. This is the same procedure now OSP the person who Yusuma Ken Oforiata. He's not interested in sort of no Zoom call whilst you are in on a sick bed. Oh no, that's not his formula and tactics. Or per you one-on-one.
No, but OSP doesn't determine one-on-one. A court never decided. Because last week me catch your word boss. Your electronic transaction law. Law nature say we are court appearance to me a digital court appearance. There is no law that is against Zoom. OSP, there is no law that is against that. If we have really introduced a law that facilitates that we have Facebook, admissible in court, WhatsApp, admissible in court, TikTok, admissible in court, video conference, admissible in court. What boss so?
This is this
law, Electronic Transaction Act. So anything that can be done by paper can be done digitally, video, and it is still admissible.
This is the OSP no on file for Oforiata and Kojina court into and on to me implementing some of these electronic transactions.
Lawyer.
A basic investigation. Honestly, I want you to appear in person. Who to me trying to say?
Ghana.
On in Ghana.
Ghana san ọkọ abroche ni ti OSP we no.
Now say directing the lawyers. Oforiata was directing his lawyers.
Yes, because be the person
I
has the right to legal representation.
I know where do baby no OSP ni say I need you in person.
I be sick into anything. All money I get into go heaven. The time of airbass, the and I used to say airbass time, no. Mama went to kind of.
Anything I raise suspicion say. So it's not up to Ken Ofori Attah to prove to him that that is not the case. This is very simple.
All is to bet me find Interpol like of number. She said you are more catching NPP for say. Almost find Interpol cooperated now, brand. OSP can also utilize the services of Interpol to bring Ofori Attah from Mayo Clinic. They can also do that.
Yeah, me OSP for no websites is here. Or more acts no. Kind and seizure of tainted property and na bibisa and I will be page 18. Almost the circumstances are so urgent that immediate exercise of the power without the authority of a warrant or the order of a court is required. OSP no
then the order of a court is required.
Yes.
You see, why is the OSP not going to court to get an order of the court?
Yeah, also exercising that power without the authority of a warrant.
Nobody's arguing that. So not that's not the court there. So I don't know the court there. So
yeah, and the OSP decided some conform muka say why invading Ken property no. Almost or where is this warrant?
No, OSP say no the court here.
Yes, but
OSP claims he did not send Jakpa. So who sent Jakpa?
Yes, and I make us say, "Sir OSP no, I'm more taggy OSP." He said he's part of that thing. He said even if Uncle Car say, "Oh no, yeah, crowd."
Oh no, say no. I meant that even if no, so who sent Jakpa there?
Yeah, but that one we don't. That's a different institution. Until they can investigate that.
How would you say our trespass or trespass to the property?
Yeah, but this one is a government agency. Into to make us a government agency is trespassing on your property.
Wait, and it will be a senior no smart. It is a government agency that's smart Japan.
We don't know. They have to conduct the investigation.
You any investigation they are not conducting maybe
This is that a comment on last minute appointments. No. Oh, politicians no. Yeah, omode a beti full soldiers no. So omode beti o say oh mo dem mo be boa na ye adwuma na ye we are ye be mama we ni be mama appointment ni sa nyama. They use some of these things to they promise them with some of these jobs. At the end of the day, whether they lose, they win, whatever, no now they push them there to fulfill that their promise. That has been the case all this while. Until last minute appointments we need about. They could even give you letter but they'll hold it for that time, say, okay, this is the time for us to release it. It could be the finance ministry, that clear microphone, but it will be pending. Say, we need election and we lose election or now that has been their taxes for all this while. My last statement they said the politician Jessica might interrupt it. We shouldn't interfere in the process. So ordinary person so could be akuko na jelina we shouldn't interfere. No mercy. Bonnie. So omo try some be shieldy Ken Ofori Attah say OSP now you should the right process or not. Ni na assembly at the end of the day
Atopos in there sa na mu nyina mo ye. Sa na mu nyina mo ye even though they were legitimate charges mo say witch hunting. Tables need to be a mobile interview. Party supporters, the Matico police headquarters. No refusing a chink of home we are body that I am watching go.
No, sister, the reason why NDC started agitating was when tape na leaky, you know.
And the circumstances for invading the home issue. That's what people are talking. What was a movie so good evening.
Good evening, Steph.
But you. Back on this all camera about
that's it. Or Konya with your mammy. I bet you tea for you now. I actually Ghana for you now. So achia me peswa so atwuma mpono
I don't who you know
kakra
MP or and I want free.
oh me for security meka say
But free home.
hona ma di agro kakra o sa na meka no
Okay. The one I want the film come person so no.
the American recruitment ne kakra na meka say we the politicians that be duru the same thing na obi eye we ever kwa na we aye say aba sabi mpanyifo ka bibi say aba e de boba na no an ye de bo aba e de bobo tachi no an ye de boba but I don't think say it should continue like that. There be na meka Ghana first. We need to put Ghana first everything we do. Chief Justice we issue and say we should
Attorney General
read
not
it.
justice.
Chief Justice like Jiros Debra, yeah. Ne letter we issue. Chief of Staff, sorry, Chief of Staff, yeah. Ne letter we issue here on this recruitment. He say we should sack or whatever. No, me to me no issue. Those are young recruit to more on due process. Ne was here. Say yeah recruitment there say full be in a due process. And your labor laws for Ghana, I think say it is in line with the recruitment issue. So we can base on that near the ahe. Now one sefata was says ye fa omo ewuram na ye de omo romo ni kwa say omo fa some dubious means, then we just the omo back, then they will start the whole process again because everything is in tantamount to the law. Kakra mekanono na me bo your president abaso at this time no think say President Mahama emma bold decision kakra ewo enoma bi ho nansen okasa wo Bloomberg interview kakra e course a ehwe no life na ehunu say decision o make no mrebia na meka say we make bold decision at the right time by using the resources at your hand or at the disposal. I don't say yɛde ɔman no ahyɛ wo nsa na wo decision a wo make decision at times no sɛ wotie manfo bebree a na ɛha adwene nti na prof ɛka biribi sɛ na prof ne prof ka biribi ɛfa ho sɛ sisi no deɛ ɛwɔ sɛ nka yɛyɛ ne sɛ
Squad be waiting baby.
nti deɛ na mɛka ne sɛ wo sɛ waka sɛ ɔse yɛnhwɛ sɛ
Well, what do more camera no? Black woman, good evening. It's a microphone in mommy.
Sister, good evening. Very quick one. Na one mpanyinfo na kasa na omo kasa Mahama famo presidential staffers. That's not true. At the moment, between him and the vice president is just 60.
60
at the moment. But on fine way, but we're 60 so far. Akufo the record near 1,048. Me shows will be a bit breaking. Nobody will break that staffers record. It's my send no document that I know I verify. So
yeah, Ministry of Finance there no. Sinking fund no.
DDP there no.
Okay. I'll check at the ministry.
So reduction of ministers in the system here. 1 year, it would have been one of the most important thing amount for people wanted to see that. Sometimes it's not how effective the thing is, it's just the picture it paints. You say Nkrumah, how many ministers? Or they say 7 or say 9. We know that the population was far lower than that, but people have been able to do that. Rollins County secretaries, me sure no middle 12. Tamanoye PNDC. They run the country. There was no problem. We can do that. Mind you, parties no more they have to know, say, they have a lot of resources as far as the party is concerned. they can pull a lot of resources from their party. Their party is supposed to be their bank. And parties they will pay somebody with a portfolio to do it. They should put that in mind. And I think NPP for NPP, the reason why the party drifted from the government was because of that. They weren't actually using the party at all.
Okay.
That was one of the biggest. And I think this is one thing that this government should be very, very. I mean, they have powerful people like a Sweden Keti and Fifi Kwete sitting at the party office in Tino. It's going to be hard to ignore them. But the party is there. Secondly, Ubisa question be said, are we impressed with Mohammed's government? So far, I think the short I think the short answer is yes. But mind you, Nanado, this last 4 years, he lowered the standard so much. Say it's very easy to impress Ghanaians nowadays. And unless we are kind of comparing them with their manifesto. And I say you better try to reset our kind of expectations. And say it's my judge or money. Mene NPP ni penye chairman say 1 year. Ghanaians will reset. Say no, I mean all the things that were happening last 4 years, it's not normal. So we shouldn't be using those ones as a yardstick.
As a standard, yeah.
Okay. Yardstick because it used to be better than that. Because for a time, and I think he was one of the best ministers, if not the best ministers we ever had at that time. But we complained because he was family. Into we were 50 years. That as a while, say standards in the crowd. Now, are you going to complain? Muktari, we were complaining during Muhammad's time. So, I think we should give ourselves some time. 6 months, a year, then we can do that. My main friends here, I'm hoping say the government will do better. It's better. I mean, the NPP chairman even said it. It's better for all of us if he does well.
Yeah.
And and kind of reset the country. So when Tima take us back to where our standards is a little higher than what we have right now. So be system military crisis. Yay. At first, it wouldn't have been an issue. Unless you do the job, your system ministers fire. But as I say, we go 127 we 60 now is an issue, And but I hope say they do better. I'm actually praying that they do better because it's good for us. Now, it's pointing at the right direction. They'll have to do something major to derail.
And I'm chairman time, and how it goes because 1 month is a little too early to say anything, especially if you know the trend in Africa. Obiaba say President Kufuor running begin say yeah.
And at the moment,
when you cross 1 year, 1.5, then you see the actual.
At the moment, everybody is trying to impress the president. So mind you, they'll be in line. Come on. That's where we see the true characters.
Yeah. I'm not a black family with you. Doc, good evening.
Good evening. I where the main for when Amanda was in near na Goma Ghana, you come up. Now they make the county a former finance minister there. I think Baby will be an whether they get or whatever, the Ghana for here and say obey no one. Because even before say as never out on that Ghana for crack in general no ajeje ehubabia papa na nkasa na sebo even on one crack NPP for the Nyina had a problem with this man and the answer and young be say ebia prosecutor no edit some information here aba the here na say omeyi ho na ba bia Ghana sika wo bia no ba bi the ayida ne the anya bia no yensa beka ade what was Ghana for your problem yan kasa na ye pay solution to corruption. Yeah, and say a buy munipa say, but say institution be at the system be too or somebody a bit me a fight for a see another young Kofukoya na ya sambe na ya said defended na ya say no. Your problem back upon and the Ghana for Yemma papa prosika no kwa na de o pese wo ye no. Onye ne ehu ba bi ebesie because onya ye si apa abe prison amaye meaning say omo wa ba mu nenso no. Hu se wo so wo kwa abaye de botache no ese de bo bi ne ye de meja so pepe si anya de sa na defenisi ne antim ankofa hwe ama sa pepe no so kwa ebe nwunwuran na asa tuogu.
But no, people have legitimate questions, which is one of the reasons I not dog Professor Jubio Usunyame check because cases were hard at special prosecutor and attach it. La Dapa, La Bianca, GRA, and no way. He had the opportunity to use those cases to show us the law works.
Yeah, another question. I make a question. My prosecutor say, I didn't think that this time or this case will ever. Because now our chance to do early this mama presidency and our the way in ever. And you know the ma be an attacker say your legal system so there's an issue. Your system now I make us no a also another issue no because said they can that pardon you know they want to put na the bar. I be my public image be now the more concerning the legal system na Ghana no. I know a problem. And then the legal say to me trying to fix our no money in Asabia. Okay, this is what I buy. Obi and your questions raising but whatever case Ghana for we have to start from somewhere and end somewhere. The baby a Ghana for ye can any may be yet. Yes, mistakes be a biana. I did be a becas any biano. We need to change, find a way to change. Yen repeat some mistakes, but rather you better correct him. Need to move on as a country. Another issue I'm going to attack that project and as a policy be a young continue. You'll be a crime be na government banner with Jaho. A big issue Emma Ghana, but the main observation I mean when they say politicians now cast the map. The incoming administration best also because obey say many policies we need any intervention be out and yet the no wako pick and whatever those kind of comments it doesn't help your system and the so your government our kwa when you say a government and obey a buy and obey or my Ghana no baby away drone will be bad and the project be away be and in actual find a Ghana there. They say about me about Ghana Juma Diasua. It's not about any policy and I say or policy, but or to and they say in sa idea no say walk a Ghana and ye build until when we never to us. Sister can say but you know some I can't and my mensumen yamedia measurement man as me the aka. And your mindset is a son from sir and some kind of comment there you pass it with a bit of ama I said that government there or so stupid just a answer behind the ending or moon united this a wrong and yeah and the idea will be a year beyond we have to continue yes he said who measurement be now we are not errors bar then you change the strategy but say you're good that you continue to improve upon it by one say no. And then I think it's a bit more boama. Sa continuation. I mean, current president, and normally be cancel about 2 projects in so yeah, I said MP Voba cancel your project in your policies in here. Sa comments in them, I'm saying to me, a bit me abway.
You. No, I'm sending you because then I think I made an error here. I couldn't find it.
My number no.
Yeah, so that
okay. I said no, I mean now. And now, sir, recruitment no so buy no.
But you for no rap
and who say a problem. You better say MP for the share say because reference about say Safo Mafo e make reference comments at the buy. And the ebiso abesi ne Ghana for nyina e comment home. Chese obi ehun say enye papa. Sebia ya hide pande na ye free ho ye betima kan say bebre but we have to stop ye hu say emwa aban bia hu say because they said last year na see last for see end this for no and if I wouldn't like it and we should aban before wouldn't like it and we have to end it now no the expected at the end of this time we almost 4 years now and this will be just say and so be a high because ye person you continue project be.
But they are Ghanaians though. We are citizens. We are to make us a man this is so high. We are.
Aha. And then I was say I buy you per se o project. Oh yet the next guy better also there. Now what to be done? I was say also okwa. Baby, I year drubiano. Just leave it there. No. Now hand it over note to know. Fatu or not baby no matter ebia. So the mama for to be baby. Out to the yes, I say free baby. I didn't think that yet by we are. I can't what you say one demand. Definitely no be hand over. Fan can hand it over note to Emma, whoever over banner, now one process. I just a gun a bit me a clear policy, and I'm being a lawyer, and Edward Toby was a say, near end the system, no certain aircon, M1, because ye can say, oh my nest, oh my, how much you mean, a BNDC for a BNP before, just say, a both, a near this one before, a gun and a home. Then you know, so. I'm a politician, your man, everyone's had the wager. And see your man, clear, Nanka, and Sabi a bit to me as a boy, I made it.
I mean, now, as an Amima Unia, you over say, Adai, to us, Adai, good evening.
Yeah, no,
we don't make send him a number, no one patch up. But Adai, yeah, you so
Mitchell was your phone in our mom. Dr. Mpacho. Policy baako ne joma yewura joma ma na president or ne policy baako ne say bibia na na do ye no obeto aso nti ne policy a ese so wo de ka no de ope wo mpe
wa kanda dada bi onya se obo aka okuma so ka chiro tumfo nti
nti se wanya ne policy baako no wanye wa feli nti ne ye hwe se pokuase interchange ne nto aso no yesu wajai inti no wa feel back.
Omo ye review say I handing over until o ma hand over. Also omo review and sign a contract because payment o be review ni nyina. That's normal.
Go Ghana for ye kan yo. Ye kan
no I'm find politics.
Okay, Stefia,
from one leader to the next leader. I was all review and sign on my tour project. So that's be one year.
Stefia, any problem? Yeah, the yenye mu bi de yenye kan say adeda that de o repair me de enti a me se ka dada me nto biem e wo mabrabo mu ka dada pa me ba bruchire eno na abedi menya me talk ka mo no almost about 5 years ni me call shop da and this ka me tua enuru 200 pounds come adwuma ba da bia ye kan yo na Ghana for say debi imoma yenza go try no na
mama buy one to paint okay
me one day cry me with the bro wa here me
one year I want to show pa
enya me ho je she me sister fia enya won ti me nye ti o enya me ho a she me
me confirm my own
sister fia hwa me nua entna ban mu da me wofa enyon me makase me busuafo nyina ye hu adansefo me na me ye hu adansini ena me masesa eko restoration power ntino me enka emfa me ho ba sister fia ma me nkyira odie ntia me ba me pe NPP policy no sister fia ye tena Ghana ye wo ye Ghana me year school wo Ghana ansana me ba bruchire sort yase ebi a we hu me se me swa so me bo me bro 38 years and to be amba betra wa wan hwa abeka za akwa de bro nyan eyi timi nyini wo Ghana aban ben na aba atimi atena se Ghana ye japade a ye wo no ye nchemane nso obia so wo de a free Rollins me president me hu no e wo me life me a Rollins ansana akofo ansana Tamils sana ewura Jomahama sana Nanado only Nanado ene ba ya wodwene ahiafo ho efisa via sika ne de ko Ghana ekwohwe amofra no na nya asem kituo
nti abamama ba nyina obi no wacha oman na japade amana so obi aso
apart from Nanado
are you for real?
Yes. What checking here? Because
it's not true. It's not true. It's not me checking here. It's not true.
my penny go for the health insurance buy.
Rolling the decentralization. District assembly are more appointed DC. Rolling the buy.
No,
Behind it is the chairman also be for this. Upper East, upper. I didn't want for politics and kind of blindly.
And no me by free education there.
Me Nana day. I said you America. Oh, what is the you must be accurate. Men can say, that is not true.
Sister, if you are over Casama, me Nana do ni obia.
And I make sure say get true. Your personal observation because it's skewed.
I know
but it's not true.
Me make say NPP policy. Me see Nana there. Me dear man huno eno no.
You.
John Mahama pa onto sa Ghana me huno. Enya me fe. Me dear man can't
okay, you.
Me John Mahama sa Ghana. Ma Ghana be yes abruchiri. Enya me fe until say ya hunu say airbus no watwetwem ya hunu say uninse nim meti ase ne to so mienu sa omom kwaje double salary no sa nkrofo no omo wan na ye no kore ana omo boa Mahama epa so person me na de me magini ni a dise ma hu say watwetwem se waba be jai enkrofo we mo abra ya na sister fiama men kama asem na John Mahama die me papa me fiti asem mu so ntimi nye Ghana for yesi e twa free education sister fia wo si ye ntwa mu no wo so wo hwehwem but you say ya me offer si kobi o si me sandi ni ska and so 8 years ni next if you am this care ya me dan yo say asa start biem he say me phone me za be say me sim enti me sre me die Ghana for de mu pani ye pa na mu pe bibia kama muntena sigin de be kwasu bia ma mu nkasa 4 years no muntwetwe mu kokro motibiem na de twa to okra stefia say ya yesu jiros debra aden na mo fa se ba ko pa nya adwuma na wo sa ko yinadi watena fie sa afeni amano ba bi se won koye ne nurse kakra wo sa ko wo si wa sa yinadi adan
yo
enti mesre
yo
sankrofo ni de NPC fo ne di kan ye ayi Attah Mills ena John Mahama beto aso ni enso ye de kakra bi be ye wo mo say 1-1 draw omuntwa so no mo man kwala ni nye wo madwuma ye pe problem bia
yo nana de wo de when aka say de Mahama be bi enye ofe o ye Ghana abroche kra enye ofe asimbe Brother good evening.
Yeah, even sister.
Yes, you.
Now this is yeah. Shine kakra about me original and I will tell us now.
What's it?
Me see shine kakra about me all shining no and I would tell us.
Say, we see on Ofori ask them no.
David, if you call with Albert and university now, yeah.
And before they did it, I saw one said,
how did he shine? He's still a leader for the NPP.
What boss on your leader on come
boss on him don't become so far as I am he's still a leader of the party. Still a leader. Now
what the old someone there affect audio no.
What do you mean?
No, because you are going through the unity, it affects us. No, I think if you use the phone without it, and only a better chance to use earpiece. No,
but I go to me down.
Yet about cat and wechi. Into my member, you not disconnect me when no airports. No, so good evening. But you.
All right. First of all, me person ka we me favor just a minute. I know you have archives. Who archives holder where in so UTV. I remember during the domestic debt exchange, pensioners no echo Ministry of Finance echo demonstration. I know you
Oh,
have
yeah, mommy, Gloria
so
Kufu
far.
Modeno.
Mr. Omboka Krabi me ready.
I don't have it. I don't have that one. I think may delete it that video, but I need to find it. I can find it, but maybe not today. But I'll look for it.
I think and then I was starting a case of no be a share what people went through under the stewardship of Ken Ofori.
But
You
that's not
understand?
the issue that issues no more. OSP raising. That's why
No. It's listen. Once there's been so many agitations as to why the what do you call it, national security people echo on the fear. You understand? Sometimes we tend to forget about the message of Adia Koso. Ye dear grow or periphery. You understand? Me, I don't see anything wrong with say Omoko on the fear.
But DDP the ending come home. Issues now. OSP are cited a for no. So domestic debt is an issue in come home.
I know. Sister, if you know who Sembeba. But I'm trying to tell Ghanaian public the character of Ken Ofori.
But situation issue, no, so can say much of one. And the subject of investigation. No, he's been investigated for 5 issues of possible corruption.
I know. But look, the problems that man has taken people through, to the extent of say aged people or Ghana, or more pension money, or more bonds are no money kakra free who they toy a drew. It came to a point they were begging, say, oh dear, or more release your music mom. You see the trauma it took people through, but Obi call Ufi just few hours. You see the noise people are saying, the noise people are talking, like the noise that is coming up, and they are saying that he's traumatized. You know the family that has been traumatized. You know people that have been dead.
Okay.
See, sometimes on dear man Ghana for me man yes say dimu ye nipa sin nipedi. That's what I want to put across. National Cathedral issue ya kan wasema kan. Wona wodu si kama onyazo nsi dan ma. Na obi fra bruchi aba. Na asase ya excavate asase na amna da upu sika on sanka obepene. Me my advice to Ken Ofori say he should be a man enough and go to Ghana. He should not be a coward and run away and hide behind medical issues. He should be a man enough. Not uncle church and say Ghana for him. Because all this while, I say he was in Ghana. And then within a few moments, the first week of January,
Who did you say first week of January? Okay. I'm sure he was around. Inaugurating that he was around.
So why do you go? You understand?
So I wouldn't say I said you 20 COVID time now. I said you are away.
Agenda 111 a year no hospitals, Ridge Hospital ain't me no.
That's all movie. Agenda 111
University of Ghana Hospital now Accra ain't me no. If you are
said you know, why you said you know, you said you know about it.
And the type of leadership that we had in Ghana. You preaches you
no, but you say intimates and who was South Africa. Bamble Blanco who was South Africa. You need to say no more abroche ko surgeries.
Nti unim ti eba say na if a Drew said you him ko na abroche na Drew see a superpower ye dinian superpower is part of politics no. You understand? Who benefit free politics no. The negative side about as the people are lambasting you, keep quiet. Don't say you are traumatized.
Okay, we be reminded they say Ofori that say he's traumatized.
Oh, that's what they are saying.
Obi and say he's traumatized. He himself has never said he's traumatized.
He said he had conversation with the man. The man said he has been traumatized.
Yes, Ofori himself has not spoken. Say he's traumatized.
Right. To me, to the long and short of it, that he should be a man enough, on master courage, a man in a coward. Omra, no me church in Ghana say, ye $58 million near see a DBC. Sorry, Dan. I find him. I'm not no Omra may explain. He should master courage. A man in a coward. You understand? No Omra, no me church Ghana. What's really how they use the money? Second, with Mahama's appointment, if I see people criticizing the appointment, I think it's out of hatred because I see he's doing everything right. When we're pointing out, he doesn't fit the position. What they say, if you would go scan through it, the appointees, when I'm fitting position, the man he has been there before. And was our baby, he's learned a lot. He's learned from his mistakes. And the humility they exhibit, is something else. Me, fine, say it's early days yet. But the man and the people that they've chosen, they've all seen it all. And now you be tasty power and be power drunk. You understand? So with this appointment,
For his early days yet. Power the Kodi Petrima, the baby any depend. It's true. Not 4 years no, and I do about 2-3 years. I'll be only person and not from the people that Mahama has appointed. You will sack some of the people.
And
You will sack some of the people.
if they start misbehaving, so say because they say Ghana trend in the economy, and you have been pampa ubia. Kese Ghana almost like Kese Ghana 10 years ago. And you know, pampa ubia. When you abuse your office, we have to criticize you. You criticize you in a humble manner, no entire. We need to criticize you in a harsh manner. So I think they didn't see a do. More adrenaline straighter.
What them did we say you stick to the facts. No
if you do a matter, for take catch room. What kind of credit?
It doesn't change any money that has gone to anybody's pocket.
Well,
I'm telling you. Take it from somebody who has followed politics for over 20 years. They do Christmas say party at the They doesn't do anything to them.
We know they are friends. But nowadays said you wanted now bono. Sometimes it's not about money, it's about integrity. Your ball now, how will you feel? So what ball brack a craya be do baby do not all of a blue now your ball wanted. Now what that is so do you know the integrity issues that you have with it? It's not about money sometimes. And I with sacked workers now as a keomono. When say sometimes what the NPP did is in bad faith. You know you've lost elections. Then you give appointments to this large number of people. No, you say unim public purse, unim scar, abano or bano. Budget are allocated to pay these people. The same thing happened, NDC did the same thing, and we all condemned it. You understand? So why repeat it? Just to let the people, just to blackmail the government that is in. You set him up, say Ghana for because you're far, we know you're saying it. So sometimes I wonder if politicians they learn or not. NPP did the same thing. NDC did the same thing. We criticized them. Osafumafo said they will all their appointments will be revoked. And move free office. Most of the same thing. Expecting NDC for keep home. And I heard some communicators saying, oh, and NPP for whom and NDC for whom, man home. Which you know say because you don't have a budget for employment, how you pay them.
Okay. Okay, but I think that clearance. That's what I heard Fatima to Abubakar, Minister of Information, was talking about. The clearance had come earlier. Normally they get finance because normally I think about a year and a half ago.
You had 4 years of your term ending. You couldn't employ them all. You wait.
I think that this thing was security agencies not sure about some more vacancies a year and a half ago, but there's a process that they have to go through it.
So the process
that's what she said, Mom dear.
You know how politicians, they will always find answers to questions that you ask them. So you had 1.5 years to do it. So why didn't you do it even in January or last year? But you wait till the tail end of your governance. We don't do things like that. You understand? And if you I beg you, next week, get that video. The video.
No, you see, I think the point that you are raising about the moral issue when it comes to the word trauma, but in terms of the subject of the investigations, DPP doesn't come in this way.
No, it's not part of
it. It's not a subject.
It will come up. It's in the pipeline. It will come up. But sometimes when you're playing your bike,
it doesn't help discussions. One would say DDP, the domestic it's a government policy. It's not an Ofori policy.
But who initiated it?
The people who were demonstrating, they were demonstrating against government.
No,
for taking that decision.
No, if you was in charge of the ministry that initiated that policy.
It doesn't matter, but in corporate governance, in my in different companies, when I take a decision with Despite Media, it is not my decision, it is the company's decision. Because that decision I may take in it must have gotten company approval before I can enforce it. Into your own liability back, it goes to the company unless I have overstepped my bounds. This is simple corporate governance. If I have overstepped my bounds, then they can extend personal liability to me. You see, but if you are within the confines of your duty as a leader, operating in that role, it's on the company and the leadership that gave you approval to implement that, It's maybe one of my yes, so for very unpopular because of how he also handled this office. But this is a cabinet decision, government decision. So all the people in government, all the people in cabinet are part of the DDP.
All right, fine. I know this issue. I know the Attorney General will raise issues with this one. That one, the domestic.
Let him raise it, then we can come and discuss it.
Yes.
What if there has been wrongdoing?
So please find it.
Yeah, Chief Justice, former Chief Justice Moka, they were not talking about Ofori the Bonnie. They were saying, but he didn't because this is personal money.
As the minister, he didn't listen to them. As the minister of that sector,
you didn't listen to them. Okay, her business was against Nanado. Say, as a be our child politics, you should know better because when him say that thing rises and falls with the leader. Say, Nanado a man approve our cabinet level. Ofori implement this DDP way. So corporate decision, that's how it is. It's taken. So what only inside the before say a person, but it's a government. The whole government is responsible for that thing.
All right, then finally, let me chip this one in. Yes, Attorney General, they should set up a court that is similar to fast track court to deal with corruption matters in a speedy manner. You shouldn't come and queue up at the High Court because it can prolong to 4 or 5 or 3 or so many years. So we beg them they should set up a specialized court that will deal with corruption in a speedy manner. You understand? Yes, sir. Attorney General said he should do something about that one too before they start prosecuting those people that are culpable of all those corruption charges.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very well. So Mami now I say, Michael Han Bacho, NTO voice in South Africa.
I feel out to me.
It's better now. So I used to say why? Yes, sir. Am I
okay.
Time?
Sister, if you are too earlier, Obeka say accessing Mahama because me on your she America see me accessing. Too early. Ne pane mo no on fan budget in buy, on fan way buy. Tell me accessing ahead. On your she appointing ministers or cabinet no. And you meet to me any achievement, mommy. Any achievement. And as our argument now. Oh, Mahama for assistant ministers, Akufado for 120 ministers. Me to me a baseless argument, a baseless because according to the constitution didn't tell the PR say you enforce specific norms as a ministers. And today, in the argument you are and let's go back to our constitution, do the amendment, then for specific figure being 2. Say okay, fine. We have a binary bar. You are take over only 20 ministers, over 30 ministers. Now, Koya Mrawo into Obi Bano of a bourgeois.
But so what your money castle? What 60 ministers? What's your money castle?
Oh, any achievement. You know, any
achievement, but the people are also jubilating.
Any achievement. Obi so better for 30. Don't so enkade. Let's go back to the constitution and for specific.
That NPP move by 30 ministers.
What's it?
I don't know if you move by 30 ministers.
I had because any achievement, whatever for the OPE. Any achievement, whatever for the OPE. Internet go far 120, no. But there was specific figure be war. And about the war, on the party bourgeois, then we can debate on that. What you see? It's not the big camera. Constitution tell me say, Constitution
majority of ministers from parliament, but he doesn't give us a number. The only one was my cabinet ministers. No, my number. Constitution my number.
It's not baby any achievement, mommy. Stevia, I want OSP office. No, me to me. from day one and I do this office. No, me see a useless office. A useless. A kwa. Tell me the OSP I gonna for Yana Hunfa, so ya TV or OSP office or Ubi Sama 0. Ya TV she a can't quite boss office or we don't achieve nothing. Share once it's like a pioneer by or pin who giddy. Etin or show now and then a Juma say on your center on a way money laundry into a way for a Juma. Your friend is saying Yoko for Juma. I don't know say Yoko for Juma who prune Koji sign.
There are different aspects of the case.
Okay.
There are different aspects of the case in the
who's a court? Court say I'm going to retrieve my money back.
That's only a preliminary application. I have the emotions.
Oh, no, I said Michelle, no.
In the meantime, no person I'm freezing accounts, no access to the account. If the court agree, it doesn't exonerate her from liability of the case that is pending.
No, Minka said, when Pata said, only me say, I Yoko for Jumano. I don't know to make a call.
So, you see, there are different aspects of the case. Yeah, money laundering, Yoko. There are other aspects still in there, corruption, also they call OSP. Jamming in that together.
South OSP office, no. Kwa, see the doorstep of Attorney General. Kwa, or you know, see Attorney General doorstep.
There be OSP can prosecute without Attorney General, Pato.
Now go see, go see. No, educate me.
He can prosecute, and you saw or the case where the command Attorney General, or the case where he can go to court on his own and prosecute you in court without Attorney General. The only thing is that you mean now Attorney General Kutani and GBM OSP, but OSP can prosecute you without Attorney General coming in.
Okay, fine. Why educate me or why educate me? I like that. I can't say, Colonel Forata, did OSP charge him? Or just an invite?
Why?
Colonel Forata, did OSP charge him?
To declare him a person of interest in Chester now, they have established a prima facie case against him. So now officially he has cases to answer.
So you have case to answer.
But a chance our case to answer. For you to be declared a fugitive, you know.
I said it was case to answer, but not say what charging.
Yes, but I'm telling you, say you can't say case to answer. I say what being charged when you have almost been a indictment. More America for indictment, yes.
But you are not being charged. So
but
to me, no. Also, what ben who say that me use word no so what ben who no sentence.
What ben who chance a question that or pump to make
answer questions. Last me tell lawyer be war I do my FM. Lawyer ni say and maybe I know say you invite you say be asema no just say I charge you. No, you can take your what back to lawyers you say, oh ubeba, mama dash ubeba. Anameboa.
Yes.
I just said even for time. Also beba. And that time my lawyer the lawyer said can't.
But when you want declare no fugitive, just say oh you wanted.
Oh, what I 2 hours.
And I would beba oh yeah, bebecho.
What I did 2 hours. Tamako no original court no. What Tamako no DSC Johnny no master of force called Johnny no. So no original court no. But catch a course of concern in Abuchaba. So catch a court say or concern Yaro Abuchaba. Say court in man ko call here. Under the 94 count no answer.
I can see court dada.
Huh?
Yeah, no court every case now run itself free home.
I don't know any phone count one say my many the secret until always because my name bra. And then let can afford the standard of the day. So if you no office no one. I rich hunting. I rich hunting office. Share in commission you so ye duma pa eh. Okujeto. Obi o ye school. Wanye duma da. Ni lifetime ni na ya o say politics. Shakecha ye tia. Next year that also renting for $15,000 a month. Hey, sister if you sure catch as an MPO. Now to me renting that $50,000 a month. I was especially OSP inviting Okudeto to 2 and one says What could try a share way? And I would rent it down $15,000 a month. I was expecting OSP very much to now so yeah, Juma. No, that's how rich hunter Juma or your office or.
It's a kind of the more inviting about Ukuja don't invite no.
Who's he?
We was at second of right, the more inviting about Ukuja to don't invite.
That's a more inviting for me see. Say also oh yeah, Juma. And now invite Okuja to. So MP I would give at the traffic way. At minute down $15,000 a month. That's all, Jano.
Okay, very well.
That's the fear.
Very well.
See, Saturday 3 years. South office, no, I'm good office, no, useless office. I'm going to see a taxpayer's money. If I don't be an issue, I'm going to.
Yo, Michael. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Over here, good evening.
Good evening, Afia.
Patrick, you.
It's here to your phone, you know.
It's your boy, Joseph.
You. My main fuck a crack out. Before I make myself, so me correct Michael, I did be home. I'm so bad earlier. I don't know, Cassette. Baumia is still the leader of NPP. That is not true. I disagree. Say, after the election, we now lose. The party then go back to the chairman and the party secretary. As we're speaking now, the leader of the party is now called Stephen Intim.
Okay.
It's no longer Baumia.
Okay.
You know, on fast action. If you are young, yes, so my main fan free. Jumana yapa NDZ for Abe Pamon Kolabe Freeman. In fact, heartbreaking, and it doesn't speak well of the new administration. And Penny said 2 mistakes doesn't make it right. So be a year no chase on so ba obey. It you know, Omoshana, if there's a way to reverse that decision, and they should do it as soon as possible, because at the long run, it's going to hurt them. It's going to hurt them big time. It you know, Omosha Bibi you don't solve that problem name free on. Now, Yanka Ofori Attah case in Ekakra. Say encrophobe bre be funny be kum the far north side norm the above. The whole thing is a question back when I see a business say OSP. Wafumumbrebi by inviting of Ken Ofori Attah now. The question is no on Fumumbra. Na said say ye you know say omedi sa jumedi we Emma buy team. And as matter of fact, so Shakra na send a mic car, you know. Special prosecutor office, you know, it was created by NPP. Now the question is, I won't say then NPP created the first special prosecutor, who is Martin Amidu. What makes him to resign? One thing, because he resigned because they frustrated him. The same NPP office, frustrating it, he couldn't do the job. Okay. Or resign, he made some profound statements. Said Akufo-Addo is the mother serpent of all corruption. That tells you, say, there's something going on now. He was speaking to the whites. Say, the president himself is the mother serpent of all corruption. Why? Don't ask me why. I've said what I have to say. Go and do your research. I resign. I can't work with this guy. I know better than the baby. The same person, Ofori or no Okon. We have a lot of NPP lawyers. Akufo-Addo passed all of them and then go for another independent guy who is Kisia Jabin. Kisia Jabin was once an Anas lawyer. Right? Anas, the same Anas Riyasu no ne MPP, one of the gurus, Eltremanso, which is Canada, Japan. In all Krano, Anyabi Krana, Kisia Jabin was not the right person to come and help MPP. Because Anas Kassi, he makes sure say Obed Degi every Tom, Dick, and Harry from MPP to embarrass and disgrace them and expose them. And he took one man who faced him one-on-one, which is Canada, Japan. Instead, he said, Mube pet neutral person, I'll bet my boa party. I go for went for Kisia Jabin. And once and by a can later, but let me jump from that. The reason why they did that is almost which almost cry area recommendation before Kisia Jabin get that office. No, Ken Oforeta is part of it. It's like Mama Kotokrama and Wabedane Sibono Ochimo.
Said in Kagane is the kind of agency Kenya bad.
Kenya bad, thank you. Thank you for that. Now the account. You know, a Jumana Kisia Jabin Yen. Young Ghana Fortran was a special prosecutor office. No, Bano Bani Sika, ya sign budget idea tonesono. Too much. It came to a point this man was even asking for amoka. Say abandoning toka amoka manu na bulletproof and non-finante. Which to me I find it very.
There is a subject of attack. The oil no.
That means that na Jumana ya dear man is all me. Now it was very important. But when you it here come a case, a binding assistant wabam. Near money mandate and the platform said now you are going to work. The salary you are collecting, you have to do diligent job to cover that money. Because you only taxpayers can fire Juma. And a Juma was started all year. Yan the same Ghanaians. As you die a whole thing about a and away you say, and away you say, it's the same business. Ghana for them pioneer pay.
Okay.
Abambiaba must they are all the same. Ye this here be about fighting corruption. The same you see fighter. We rise against the person who is trying to help the country. And then I mean to you know. Usha Ejuma Kisia Jabin here. Invitation and arresting is two different things. An invitation on the market of Ofori first. And what would decline that invitation say, I'm sick, me yarida yarin paso, which is Mayo Clinic. America, is one of the popular clinic wokroma. Ope as California politicians, yari okroma. That's where they go. Meaning they are doing something good, but yet cheap. It's one of the expensive clinic in US. It is for him to go there, not just also original super. Now, we are not going to dispute it. Doctor said the letterhead, a true letter, but yes, I'm part or Hanoda. Nobody is arguing with that. But my question is that stop him from appearing in court. No. If you are Kromwa, say FBI invite you now area. It's either say ombeye virtual conversation with you on the phone, video. Now what you say powder yarin paso. And answer they will send an ambulance with police guard to bring you to the courthouse. Even if you have to sit in a wheelchair to answer your questions, they will let you do so. You know, Oforiata only other option but be bold and go to Ghana and face.
Yeah, but everybody is saying it's a charging officially first. He has not been charged. What declared wanted. But we charging. The official is here charge of forgery, you're charge of this, you're charge of causing financial loss. We have not heard that.
I fear me about certain because Jumana OSP, there were positive and the negative side. But the negative ended whilst I'm coming to an end. And you know, near woman say, bra, you invite you. Invitation now open. Obi kasi ebechiwo. You are coming to answer some few questions, sir, Papa. You're National Cathedral.
That's all. No one can say answer. Also, they can do video interview with him.
I feel patron my me yes sir. Basem be break. Me o kan matter was here. Say oba, oba be church mu say okay. Sika na mo Ghana for suspect ye di no ye ni. E bi adwuma say ye di say ye we ni akanie. Ana ade ma sika no asano enie. What you paper to support it. Or we no go through na say wo di for. Hey, you go your way. Say almost sure na say the wo can any appraiser we no for almost estimate in checking say e can adwuma na modine if indeed it's worth $58 million. Appraisers no say no, that's at the upper. then they can charge you. The reason why I will say yen charge you, no, because Omeyi Nasamano, he say. It's not to me, you say, the police or matter rather way, no, yen chuntum. Kizia Jabikan, or yes, he's been unfair to or Oforiata. That is why I so invite you, Sebra. But for your lawyers to come giving him letters, say you don't know when you are coming, no, it's an insult.
Lawyers man can pacho.
That's what I heard. Letter say.
It's not be also verify no. Doctor for not letter. So be surgery match. So the lawyers never said but
from Kisia Jabin, I'm quoting from Kisia Jabin's home.
Don't quote Kisia Jabin, quote the document.
Okay.
Quote the document is the authority.
I feel documents, I don't have in hand.
Last week, Missioning now was screen so.
Other man, yeah,
Missioning now, doctors Mayor Clinic for but he's been slated for possible surgery in March.
In March. Okay, at least they're giving him a date, right? There's a deadline finishing your surgery. It's for him to say minim da mebano. He raises red flag.
He never said minim da meba. That's what I'm telling you. The letter doesn't say that. The letter says why treatment, but there's another surgery or possibly in March.
But you wait for the nothing stated say minim da meba.
No.
So where
he never said that in there. Doctor never said that. And to one your special position, you write again and say that. So, doctor, give us a timeline. When do you think, in your estimate, or patient may be any treatment? No, that we know what we are working with.
Okay, if that's what the doctor said to Kisia Jabin or Nubejina Hoka said, can Oforiata so that means it's indefinite. He's going to charge him and I say, charge him with fugitive there. Then I would disagree with Kisia Jabin there. Because if that's the case, but Kisia Jabin Omar said, he communicated with him, no catch and said, I don't know when I'm coming. That is why Obed declared, say, or a fugitive. In order to do that, something to put some fear in Oforiatem. Say about, you know what, these boys are going to tarnish my image. Let me go back to Ghana and deal with this issue and come back. Now, if you are Adebakwa, Yensha ye or Ghana Kakra, and say, that be a me papa was saying, because oh my, ye Timisi John to a henny. Name corner that. So be a Bonia, we should deal with the issue. We should tackle the issue. Me attacking the personality, but deal with the issue because who tackle personality now? Yet some sort of stereotype we penna empty. They been a cratchy on the mama be piano. Or the omunu yet. That means that many person I won't argue with you because why you want being sabu pronounce the pano kusina ya what friend with the omunu. Let's deal with the issue. Young can't say say Oba now be year no Ghana na we in favor. Adia year can OSPA na at the end of the day, Ghanaians are the one that are going to benefit. Yet Tiana Burkina president or the 12 million tomato factory. 58 million. I cut down the drain. We don't know what that money went for. It's in at least yanya. I bind be our fine independent body or enforce the law to work. Let's allow Kisia Jabin to work instead of saying, I bet you try the 90 year my own year. Okay,
but I appreciate the context. OSP in a law. A law. Some don't Trump here more than a court. A law. Say Donald Trump got 34 indictment against him, but he's not in jail. Because it's a Nasia. If you are defending the minister, let me show you the letter. You see, then I get upset. Oh, there is the letter from the lawyers, no?
Okay.
To Kisia Jabin. But then there's a letter from the doctors, Uzumi and Kalbin. Doctors wrote to, because a lawyer, no? And a lawyer is also through hospital, no? Because I'm a patient, then the doctor, there's lawyer will be your client now or lawyer. Or lawyer and to me, there's client lawyer confidentiality. So I'm a doctor and any patient, so there's also doctor patient confidentiality. Nobody can pierce confidentiality, no. But because I say Mama Fanny serious, until they wrote to the doctors, and the doctor said, your patient is undergoing treatment at Mayo Clinic. They've identified you where his location is. Your doctor say yes, you're an inpatient, no. 2 or so he's not hiding. Or see or hospital her. He's going treatment, possibly no better surgery in March. So I think I tell about you can't be but a law a technical area, only lawyer won't say, but so can change without really hospital. This is Mayor Hospital, said the hospital America.
Yeah,
they will not put their letterhead and put their signature and stamp it on top of it, signed by I mean, yeah, this is Mayor Hospital. Logo doctor no. Almost the Mayor Hospital now so stamp percentage so stand on it again. You see, it's an official document. Yeah, but you see, the rules of natural justice say there must be a fair hearing before the person is prosecuted. Special comment upon I'm even getting upset. We just don't want to learn. We just don't want to learn. This is law. Stick to the law. Law.
Right.
The special prosecutor but he's going through the law. He's going through the process. He knows the law. So it's in a way declared fugitive. Look, a legal issue, a legal process. Politicians
when he had that press conference, because as a special prosecutor, public, yes, that sort of press conference, be ye answer now. Come on. This idea will crowd. I don't know. Tamana moye mama investigate one may press conference. Your name might be may look too political. Say, deeper way and say no, to say. We don't with me at the Biamika say I want to discuss another criticism crime man me more constructive one. And yes, Nipani personality and baby attacking. There's so many things that can Ofori himself knows how I need. But that doesn't mean say I send baby that the infant. And you know, let's face the fact. If you are summer, can you be that the same episode 2012, if I'm not mistaken, then finance minister called Victor Salome.
And then you're coming intro,
oh, okay, and invalid. He was called to court with your friend saying, what do you call it? She said him name.
Pacemaker,
thank you. He still came to court to answer questions. Chacho Chikata, no yari, Obejina Okasai. NPP for ya when they Trump, Reverend Uzubempa, Kwachin, Yankas or yari. They other passes they charge Uzubempa. And you know, we don't want to use that medical way to do some sort of cover up. Come and face the law. At the end of my year, no. I did it in the instruction and I said direction from the president. It's more because deal with the president. Not your own way you walk up on Arabia. Because BBN can offer a Kuford because only movie. A fact. It come and answer the questions. Well, this, all in the direction of the president of the land. It in your man penika maye. If you have any problem, call a Kufuado. No apple who baby atra. If not also there, come and face it now and run to baby ada. I feel my mobim rem.
Yo, I see baby. Hey, Brasolo, good evening.
Good evening.
Eric, what about watch? But I don't know. Who can say Eric?
What's it?
Eric, no one sign up or so I don't know them person if you say baby or no you okay. But the camera I don't know so free Ghana near there because I have the camera article. Coffee.
Good evening, Sister Fia.
Kasa because every coffee na kasa we doom the microphone. Okay. Brasolo into.
Yo, metia what year for you know ahwe for. Me pese me contribute to program now so baby. I think say nipa be akasa afa OSP any kind of Ofori issue no na feel so make us afa Mahama few days in office no achievement yeah. OSP Jumadia Odin Yin say ne office in your office get to us eso na ye de ebuo kese ema isanso na mpese Ghana fo nyina so no ye de ebuo kese be ma ne office na odie no na mpem bebre no I think so obaye no watu anamon bebre me fa ne say ebi ohonu ma ya na ututu ambika eye yi akire no be say wakwa akopem ono ankasa ne dwumadia odi no bi ne sisiri adapa issue no I think say after that no he got to know say say no no kra na say or handle hand it over to you need to you cool sense of struggle can issue in to be frank press conference na obeye no minim there so the man has not been charged yet but for him to declare papa ne say were fugitive of the law no that seemed to be a little bit strange because say police for crime pool say or mobile becho any yeah mukra warrant or mobile becho at that time now I think say they'll give you a summary of your right. Say you have the right to speak or you have the right to remain silent, and everything that you say will be used against you at the court of law. And once one charge the pan, even the wait may invite you Ofori Attah or office. Now Obeka said, no, I'm not gonna speak. For that one as well. So are you gonna still declare? And I said, Beka we forcing so on kasa. So it will be all right. Once you want some clarification from who person interrogating away, we'll be better to speak it through lawyers. I want my lawyers to be present. And I said, if I'm a court, if you know, sir, what you found about me, is enough for you to charge me. Charge me at the law of court, and I will be there to answer myself. But to interrogate someone, through the lawyers in the hospital, they've answered you, say Nipano or this particular place when you know his whereabouts, and then you jump into it to make a press conference to declare the man wanted, putting all his description, his eye color, his hair, his height, and everything.
They all can be and believe this it's possible say they're giving him opportunities and only Ghana any video call and maybe on it. It may also be plausible.
And say video call na on you can I say you've heard from the lawyers, you heard from the doctors. So and if anything, I don't think that would be the way to go. They were saying moyakoye kakraka or Ghana. Now even in making your press conference, and then near you need not to jump to make a premature statement like say or no Kasakrana was a stagey raid one house. Come on, that is uncalled for. You can't do that. You say you know deep in your distance say that act is not coming from your outfit. So, but don't say it hasn't happened. Or don't say they did that just to make a cover up of what is going on. Your investigation. That's almost stagey. What's it?
Special prosecutor stagey.
Yeah.
You should leave those comments out. Okay.
Yeah, that is premature statement that he made. And I think it's very charges on his part to do that. Because office now holding in your office because yes what to know. Now sister Emma Ghana for me waiting hand. Esther, you look so radical in the sight of everyone. So you won't get support from the public. So and to me, when you say your friends OSP one active very and our friends Mahama administration I think say I'm for born about including where my fans all start to where editorial now can be far say we 60 ministers and even mount one of his achievement To be frank, 60 ministers, I don't think there is an achievement. Well, the implementation and the work that to be done at the end of his tenure is where Ghanaians can judge him. Say at the end, if all promises, so obey or Ghana, the policies and everything out there good German. Say a bit me is what all we but me, maybe specific, that is my opinion. And yet obedient. Say ministers in here 100 and something. Now at the end of this, if work are down for Ghana for and what home new year and only a timid judge president said, why dear, and I said, no, to me achieve this and that. Sometimes something baffles my mind. Say Ghana, you see what it. Now a free 1992. Maybe the who senior my first, what do you call it? About to it was 1992. Since then, we've been voting and voting. We haven't seen most of the changes in the social sector, in infrastructure, and this. Oh, for now, you can see. Very good, very good. As you know, and I feel to crown me for saying that's my opinion. Say, maybe I have my policy or the good from now. I haven't seen any clear cut, what do you call it, intervention via a deliberate Ghana for. So, because and it's 24-hour economy and all those things or the year, it's all kind of ambiguity, things that cannot be achieved because
our budget, no more ready budget now, it will be clear. Well, so you're not reading first budget. When the budget is read, some of these things will be very clear with budgetary allocations to various ministries near this. So yeah.
Okay, we hope for the best. I think and the Adam now will be
you brass to the that's a baby saying no to me join me. Good evening.
Hey, Mafia. Yo. You wait there, me con your mark me and say quickly. I think, sir, the Omani corner, and it more. And so say, entertaining, say, Ubika said, me ba 10 ministers, 20 ministers. Na your achievement. And you will be bit my quiet contract me ba me you 1 minister. And I say ye now not one also. Me minister in your back of it. Until no achieve with you. I don't think say no achievement. Secondly, Meti committee, here the whole opposition crowd bit Meti committee. I don't think say oh my Ghana no committee me maybe 10 ministers we should use it as an achievement. I think say we gone past all those kind of things. There are specific things there. Papa no obeye amanaboa oh my Ghana ni. They told me last about a week or 2 weeks ago. Now come me basso battle. Now you're too late. Yeah, Papa or Penny Jerry, I can't be far after your marking. Now I say what all a dire sense I say now or working out what that means a time when our toes and your man know you too young. No question me a year more my young butre. Me told me first land. Now me was 17 years. 17 years. A boy call ya but ABI critique found to be cracked on her and obey you would do 18 years, obey you the year there or yeah. As a young marking one cobalt chronona or the toss as I say no. And it's a bus your back platform so now you be creating impressions or survey. ABI any panase or ABCD and Tina a chrono dear. A young my ya butre or hona and no na yes say your home. Ewo kuro no mu no obo okra na bra o breye o mafia say wo ka story any baby wo free no baby wa bedura let's that obi could cause e bia AOB and why very bad you jump to a certain conclusion ya yempanimfo na ye influence enchirima no ensem bi wo ho na ye ba platform so na ye ka wo ma ye check ye no ma ye se na be ya enya negative effect. And no ama enkora no kwaya wo mu jimpanimfo na tam anyhow no I don't think it's the right thing uma yen fa facts no enya adwuma because me no I'm an example that time when I told me first land na obi beka is not true but it's
now
true
papa no na bo a na to ya
no No. Yes. Yes. I am mamma na talk to me. I am papa. Me bread said the full moon na me ko bi. Enti no we bo ha. Ebi and aside that no me free me mamma mo nche na me at the age of 8 years. At the age of 8 years na nya me ne mamma ne papa mo neti. Nipa bre but the nya ye no satam ye nya adwene. Satam ye nya adwene. And na enim de pese ye future enti no. Inse say e be said near e ba ye nsem no. Ye use for adepa. Afenyoma ken o kan ayi no wo so school nyina no odi dwa. So we tie the story now. Oko school na no so ano. Exactly. But once I think that day no what you now so the papa ne kai ye nti no want to me an correct him.
No, we should verify facts before we say
yeah, very because sabi or your penny your basa no ye di I been fin to encourage man tiri say sabi nipa no ye yo na wanya no ye kwambone no fa so awunya ye. I think said those kind of you know yeah too much e we kurum ha I was say yeah you and na ofori ata issue no momma yen ka no kre ye nyina ye nipa enti ye papa jali kasa no ono an kasa ka say sa America ho kra no ye ti obi na so yare a FBI for kra ti ko hospital ho e ko check nipa no e ko ye ni interview enti obi a wono wo a wo yare no a wo da hospital e be de wo no a watumi asore se me ba Ghana ame aye me interview enti they say zoom ne zoom ye wo zoom and ye what terms nyina wo betumi use technology is there. Why can't you access those technology na wo sorry ya wa ba press conference abegina ho look at the office ya ye nua yi hodu a wo begina press press conference esa ka sa papa na stage ade anche and sebe NDC leader in parliament ebe pa cho say yes papa yi ni di eni mo koye sa ade what be keka ni nyina wo mframa mu o ne wansa mama ka be read no what the cause papa na stage those kind of rate mumma yenya botre mumma yen rashi enipa no let us say we show ye nyina e kire de e koso but the match let say ye yen panifo no ade bia ye bia no yenya botre yare de obi atumi yare ya obi atumi yare nti no say was so yare a e was say yenya botre won ka say wo ma ana sabe wa bakora no an lawyers ne bi din kobo at the end of the day emran be ye adwuma esika no di odi ni Ghana di mu do di ye bia wo ye no Ghana di mu emfa so ba ya e ba Ghana di mu wo house wa ba wo Ghana di mu but de be boa wo man no mo ma ye nya botere ma mo ma ye nwrahye na ye ntoto nyoma se ne be boa enchima ma me nya me shira.
Yo, Mr. Boss, that's the baby. Rarities, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Sister Fia. Sister Fia, and you marry me chia wa chief nyina. Me kabibi kakafa OSP ne Ofori Attah issue no. The American say OSP was so nya abotre ewo ne dwumedi a wodi e ma o man no. Is that say the office no established by law tumi a ɛwɔ AG no ɛna yɛakɔ ne ho bi ama no nti ɔyɛ ne duties na onya abotire kakra last week yɛhwɛ letters a wode baeɛ a ɛkyerɛ nsawɔso a ɛyɛ Ofori Attah ne OSP no AD two letters ɛne ne doctors no I think sɛ me maame bɛsɛ ɔne akokɔ da yɛmpere ne dabrɛ nipa no ɔno na so ɔyare ɔkɔsa ne ho yare wadi ka kyerɛ so ama chief of staff nti anyɛ hwee koraa no wakyerɛ n'akyiri kwan sɛ ɔwɔ ha sei ɛna ɔsa ne ho yare no obi nim severity of yare no sɛdeɛ yare no si teɛ ebi koraa wohia no animanim yaa no ogya hɔ no ɔba a ɛkwan so obi nim deɛ ɛbɛsi ɛbɛto no nti no sɛ akyerɛ time a surgery ne next surgery koraa bɛkɔ so a adɛn ne yɛnya abotire ma no na ne surgery no ɔnyɛ nwie na ɔmma na questions bi a wowɔ no wode ama no sɛsɛ no what declared as fugitive obi a ɔncharge no yɛmfa ne nkɔ court ɛma court entimi pronouncing say ebi a wodi for and say wodi bem na wo de na to from say or ye fugitive there in fact and try and we no so no ese kotia o man na nkasa obi a or former finance minister eje di bracketwa di
Mbasa o
bracket
mani sika na ira de se ebusa no.
yes sister fia o man sika na ira obi anka say OSP ni new kwan say obusa no sika na ira no ho asem nanso ye have situations any communication na air so through letters ni we na che say wo se nkonya abotre ma no sika no de eye den a ye o man sika yehia ede ama o man mpuntu nanso ye hwe bebia wakodi any ayaresa a ohwe no sabi obi esai kra a usai say yare ni owu ha nti no yare de ye ka ho asem a e wo se enya abotre na wo declare no fugitive a ye o man na kra na ye reputation e kofom because we former finance minister obia de ye friend saying bibi efiri amanone eba omanim adwuma sɛm ne bibi a ɔmohwɛ saa nneɔma wei nyinaa nti na nka wo sɛ onya abotrɛ ma no
Asa no tebe ma ho wo so ahu se Ghana yo man awfa ya 1 city cry e be chesi waje. Nti anu
yes
positive moma Ghana say Ghana there
yes
there's corruption so.
sister fia yes deɛ wokan me ne wo yɛ adwene pɛpɛpɛ nanso yɛhwɛ obi a ɔno nso so bɛgye saa deɛ no atom sɛ ɔman no yɛ serious ɛwɔ ne sika sɛm ho no nipa no nso bɛsa ahwɛ circumstances na wode declare nipa no nso fugitive no ansa no wa making ne final decision nti no ɛwɔ sɛ onya abotrɛ ɛma no sɛsi yi no yɛahwɛ yɛ a yɛbɛsa akɔ land in yɛfrɛ no sɛ financial loss because situation sɛ ɛkɔ on charge nipa no ɛna wo declare no fugitive mmerɛ bie ni hɔ a ɔman no wakɔ atia ɔman no mmra a ya charge na ya pronounce say bi ɔyɛ guilty ɛna wo declare fugitive nti no ɔno nso so obetumi atɛwa na ɔman na saa akɔbɔ ka ɛwɔ ho ɔno nso betumi si ɔman no ɛma ɔman no abɛbɔ ka wɔ ho ɛno nso ɛkɔtia yɛ obi a yɛkɔgye sika ne yɛ afa ho akɔbɔ ka deɛ ɛmmoa yɛ nti ɔntone it down in fact me kora de menyaeɛ anka ɔredraw saa fugitive ɛmfiri ne so na ɔma ne mmerɛ ɔsa ne ho yare awie a ɔmmra sɛbi woyɛ mistake na ɔredraw mistake a mfomsoɔ bie ne ho
Na say di 1 year 2 years because of pentem
Mr. Fiabi surgery no or declare say a match and obey the surgery. After match no
because
yes after match no you be man time kakra e was say osadu ho yare nti no sabi say your friend say mahama pension na wo pese wo di 4 years we prosecute no kra na o twa 1 year kra na wo 3 years kra woni nti no ye man mre sabi one akokɔ da ye mpre da be ti wo man mre ye de ya emre ne be so ama wanyam ana me say ko me ka bibi kakra so afa employment ya withdraw a given appointment last minute recruitment anyway no this if ya say mfumso no eba na say the mfumso na yi ano a emboa sabi one a enya appointment no in fact me what Ghana na me ye me wo judicial service I was teaching me teaching echo school kaka me we ni me ko judicial service a me ye adwuma sabi wunya adwuma say ya affect your family ni nyina unsa Ghana your extended family no ye practice more than say u abrochire abrofo no yes enye de no ba ye no wunya adwuma wabusuani bia expect say wo so wo beboa no emre mu odi nti no say dipa ba akokra na ye terminating appointment a yen kan hu say e affect nipa bebre because nipa bebre wo man ni mu a one a eni adwuma depend on friends or family or nyina depend on nti no I think say sa decision ni de ka mesere say o man panyin no onsa ntina sie no mo nwene ho yi because say o man make provision kra wo o mo budget ni mu kra na o mo find way because o mo nyina ye Ghana for o mo hia adwuma de bia ye bo nsam so say adwuma ni o man ni employment wo do
na government payroll cost no e kro ya yesi aban na e ho kire no ne ade ti no
this via me ne we ya do na mum se sie ya ye kese minim say retia kakra ba aban o osu obefa nipa adwuma payroll ne rise the na so still ono so befa nipa adwuma so ntia den na wuyi bia film na odi bia ba be shim omo a wuyi omo film na omo nye Ghana for na omo ye Ghana for omo a odi omo baba be shim so omo so ye Ghana for so let's give them opportunity now us kakra na aka ne yembo ho ban say say no 24-hour economy or promise ye no meaning say the next budget e be ba no ye be nya information about eno nemo before say eno no be ba no me say o sa adwuma ye nuano mu bi enya no ye omo nwini hu ye because ade we no e be tag bi a e be da aban no so
Okay.
within political space you know
Because from previous government, but let me show you the meaning of fugitive in the dictionary. Because about research. Wow, we are Ghanaian, you know, said the one account we be a citizen. Say Mayo Hospital, Mayo Clinic, they are no for someone letter in India. Right to you don't even need to be in America. Write to the company and ask them. So letterhead Niana. Mamun journalist one ammonia research. We don't owe you research. One to verify the information that journalists give you. So what I say, you too, you can verify from the hospital. Say, yeah, do your work. Now, the other money journalists for but the dictionary meaning of fugitive is a person who has escaped from a place or is in hiding, especially to avoid arrest or persecution. A fugitive from justice. This is the dictionary meaning. There's another meaning. It's somebody who is quick to disappear or who flees. It's an adjective that describes the nipana kasa so a conducting. So it's somebody who has escaped from lawful custody. The person is in hiding to avoid persecution, or the person is escaping from justice. But the lawyer for one of the lawyers for a special prosecutor, Samida Kwabechim, said he's a suspect. So he's trying to backtrack on the term fugitive now. OS we need use to say a suspect. He's not a fugitive per se. Because if he says that he's fleeing from justice, you must have charged him formally for him to flee from justice. And if not sure then there's no substantial evidence to show that he's fleeing from justice. So what? Because he's written to you. What else? Tell me how? Next, I say he's not hiding. Because the dictionary meaning say this is somebody who is hiding, especially to avoid persecution. A person who has escaped from a place. But he has showed this at the hospital. This is the address of the hospital. Dr. Nini. So you know where the person is. So social media. Prof, any final thoughts?
Oh, I'm say yakeka bia na omanfo so yakeka bia omo aka madwen omo your friends but of mine na e kikire no on say yes your constitution any dey adwuma enti say obi pese ofa emra no o skill no ma e benefit na obefa hwe o say starting me ma o say obi say questions abisa me we are looking at as a journalistic lens my friend political lens enti I hope say omanfo eti no almost any so they will be looking at it in both lenses. So one hell silence no now the emotions but now yeah.
Which is what a lot of people are doing emotional.
Yes, 4 years no so yeah party beba power they will do the same thing. So now on tiase and abetiase eno de otiase na we mu de na on tiase nti dia na ye hwe ne mabi na yenya atemamfo no yensua de na yemfa moye yen ho ban na yeto aba na etimi eto aba no so say if there is anything to go by crowd the vetting your course na say ya hwese de nemesi course vetting your course you hwese de nemesi course obi wa na ya vetting what 5 minutes obi wa 30 minutes if you are 1 hour if you are 4 hours so hwese de course so oye obi now ye conscious person now teach now here you start to dissect what is happening. So political class, are they protecting themselves? They are all friends. They are all friends. They know each other. Look at it in a different sense. Now it makes sense to you. As long as you can rationalize it in your brain, say, are they with it? In Kay and a Kay and as a Quanson. May want to make us say OSP. As all your auditioning. As for your auditioning, already your friend is a definition of a definition of a fugitive.
Fugitive, no.
Dear or no case or ye fugitive. And baby cry.
That's why I think Nakasa lawyer Tamida Kokrachi will say, yeah,
No.
they forgetting fugitive near you to suspect. And
But
that is
the-
why I will not say that. The
Yes,
whole OSP only lawyer.
But my patch say, OSP no. Me say he was a good person and he was making it in private practice. He was a strong lawyer, making it, or a very, very strong with private practice. I know what's actually on law school. And to say, I said, Yame Fasama said, President Mahama, you Hokrana. He will still go back to do what you were doing. But who said, Abai, Betina Beman, I all day. I said, Unya, a driver, you chew, or houseboy, or garden boy, or police, or a private practice. The winners are the money now. I don't say to you, I don't think that. James said, I don't know, a code trim across the day. I deal with maybe Shepa, my name Freeman, or some be part of who's a Miss Metiasi. Because yeah, Kadianka cases I was starting Google be a woundy yena, GF crowd was GF. Wow, Mianum, and I are Cassanum. I come mount if any say, hey, 10.1, Nina out of home. Unka Wasem. GF is scared for GF pa. Unka, and then Kotokofana. This calls for if any say, investigations. I always present Kaufana. What will be a Watina Krum a finance minister and some see 3 years ago. I feel now no Quacker and Hoya. You need free finance minister or crash. How many months do you need free finance minister? And you bear ye.
Yeah.
And even 6 months a crowd or free finance minister. And you guys so what? And I'm coming blocking investigations. Ye in free. One targeting free papaya or to say a bind every year, Juma, 70 years. My truck, my chief of staff said, me caught me, correct me, where I have no actual. Meanwhile, only the lawyers across where once I was what no corresponding. Until where comes from this fugitive a year? Because I will cry, who said sometimes a crowd to me, yes, I'm now one quarter. Or lawyers cry to me, come out. Yeah, it's admissible. Or lawyers cry to me, quarter to mount. Say, yeah, but and send Ben a court or can teach him. And the Bureau had a judge and said, Debbie, next week he did me here, Nipanankasawa power. So, and you know, who here a cry, me assure say, the lawyers across it, they are here. They will supply you everything you need. Into the now here. In any case, cry, as well, you can crack interview be that. Into what I didn't stop.
You can interview a kind of Attah.
Debbie, as well, interview Mahama near our UK.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. As well, try take it. I call Mahama interview Mahama near our UK. And what stops you from also traveling to a event? Because you have the finances, you have the ability, you have everything. And what stops you now?
You don't need to be okay. So I found another find law dictionary. So legal dictionary. And also their definition of fugitives is a person who flees, especially a person who flees from one jurisdiction as a state. Because this is another America for legal dictionary thing. From one jurisdiction or a state to another in order to elude law enforcement personnel. And like I said, the letter shows you the location of the person, the address of the hospital, his doctor. This one is not somebody who is fleeing.
Obia eludu a law. And command lawyers at all.
And American. The lawyers didn't write you. The lawyers have shown you, and the doctors actually say Mayo Clinic, Minnesota, because America 50 states, Mayo Clinic will be but you show the Mayo Clinic, Minnesota. This is the address. This is the doctor. This is the They say obey surgery will match. So you have the location. You can put America first. You can put the person at a place.
I mentioned what the Mayo Clinic. Now, who said before me better I used to work in corporate. I'm a supply chain director for the whole Midwest for LabCorp. Okay, LabCorp and a Quest. Yeah, two biggest laboratories in the country. Yeah, Campitipa. One of our major specialized testing clinic was Mayo Clinic. And Europe, your Mayo Clinic, Europe, specialized testings. Very expensive. So Mayo Clinic will not put their name or will not put they are very, very particular about their brand. They will never put their name out there like this. I'm telling you, because I've worked with them at the highest level, at the executive level. They will never ever put their name on a letterhead to be out there in the world like this. I'm a brand new here because I'm very, very, very good.
Yeah, I think you are John Hopkins, and I think we are New York Hospital, Mount Sinai Hospital,
yes,
and big hospitals. So I
they are
can
very, very
have
good.
reputation there, bro. So for them to put their logo, signature of the doctor, stamp. All of them you know to so the authenticated document. No. Now let me put it there again. Yeah? You have hang on. You have the letterhead of the hospital. Hold on.
Me say untimi mfa ma sa na akwa compare your friend say mayor.
Oh, okay.
No. Mayor, I used to be in the diagnostic industry. Mayor is a very, very top notch. Yes, if you are talking about top notch, Mayor is a very top notch clinic. In any case, Kwan, among 40 teams, Ofori, I don't agree with him. Nyame papa bi no, nyame nua bi no. Ono one for man sika na koy, ono ade sika na koy. What you say? It is so obi ka say, I don't know, Uncle Rich. Ono ni sika no dey call Mayor. And then can you begrudge him? Oni sika no dey call Mayor. Who was ka so for London? Cosford Clinic. What you say? One for my sika na koy. But for Mayor that I know, me say me my year Juma on lab call for 18 years. And I'm a bomb a brain na bibia manya nyina me the nyamias lab co ye ni mayor for ye adwuma. They do specialized testing. They will never ever even from craft for results near they know. They will refer to their lawyers, they will refer to their scientists before they come out. Why? Because of their reputation. I'm a brand.
Okay. What do you want to say? What?
Yeah. Very well. Yeah. As everybody so I can me follow discussion. No, just like you were saying, even with the emotions and sentiments, na the room. See, that person me share my drink. Yeah, and this stuff, just like I was saying, I think say maybe our life so I check. Now, change, about just like now me can say I was say changing it, but you who the 8 years of the previous government, the why because change that ma. Just like them, baby, name say ni na no credit, but based on the letter now, there's a name maybe change to with time, ni na no will come to light. They good say with time, they will see the same. Because once the same people will keep hiding stuff under the carpet. Into change there, yeah. About performance, make us say so far by it's barely a month. Still, crafty now. Their mind into place on their evaluations. Basically, make us a projects be required, they would have to put it on hold and kind of reevaluate the some of their financing anyway. In terms of governance, they make us a Nema intake officer, I feel still almost total Nema. He has to people saying so more expect to say by now, why you I don't think so. He says still early yet. Or say yeah, might by any time kakra. At least on reading the budget, new programmer.
Hello, Doc. Oh, Doc, internet no. Internet I think because we're driving here. Alex, now wait the car kasana where you need to call but we'll do it next week because the time now we my end will be asking, but you see, some can be very important. I mean, in fact, emotions in Kasa is very important. With emotions, Kasa, you never get to the truth of the matter. So what I say, I did be a course I say medicine, yes, share moon answer any moon in the kakra. Wow, you're Ghanaian, you have every right to also cross check from hospital. What I say? Cross check, you are Ghanaian, you can cross check from the hospital. And your media phone cross check from the hospital, cross check from other, but see, I can't deal within the confines of a technical area. Yeah, Munya, but these people, it's not that in the other door, so you never learn anything when you start with insult. Doc, your point where you need to call it.
Oh, yeah. Nana make can say OSP, the human oil, be fees there. I say, opposite ORPZ, NDC based, kind of. Meaning what goes into no appointment with the new government being in power now. Says about me and that's with me share them pay attention call. But it looks like say opposite yes, there could be issues IBS a finance minister should answer to. But the approach, the fee say or organizing as a base be more almost supporting no. Just in case stay a say he has to stay in office and he will stay. Maybe who's help support. That's how I see it. Or but just like you're saying, finance minister, Ofori on almost a year. He had all that time. There was scandals, he had the time to investigate and press charges and all that. A new government. The question is what changed? Would it be say that time no more so at the
It's
time?
also
I didn't
possible. It's also
I
possible
didn't
to
think I went to
allow.
be out. I'm a make a sama who say yes. These people are not allowing me to do my work. Me who say yes, yes, obey the oil, but level no, I mean, the press conference, like after that, or offensive. As if he say, Kofobi are trying to, as to be a person who defend the whole kind of, because the whole thing looks something like that. Though, or genuine concerns, they might not well reason, I think they be interested. Say, or they more cry. But in the approach, you have to check a cry. Mr. Ken or Sue or America or here no way. A match they say they near Chibia. A day or beba. Whatever it is, if they go through books, if you hold accountable, you holding accountable. About appointments now or moving new people, bano. My mirror on the honey up. If you say and in terms of good governance, make us say old government are or are in bad faith because the point is who name say oh baby free ho. Last new budget no say if I'm sure someone kind. So much in human so
I don't
budget
remember
now
if they
never
read
so
it.
worried. Yeah. I
I
don't
think
think
that
they
you're
even
not reading
got
there, but there was supplementary budget that was supposed to go.
yeah, one of the budgets
Supplementary budget.
they almost came man so am and maso. Indeed, definitely new government no ban. Every next of baby books in him, any projections, making sure say at least obey me go for baby aba we workforce in him. It's a who baby fee so now all of a sudden who do we the civil service in any other places now. That's one person who create problems about the old government. Make access to be a page, but munya butre. Got in Anche, I buy if you feel me now be okay. They will get back to work. I think that the person make an of that.
Your dog, Mami now baby. Mami now baby. It's been a very good very good to see you because you won't watch it. Thank you for joining us. And the dog said that proper also you been that baby. Joseph H and I want to come and thank you so much. I think you were working alongside it, Thank you so much. Team Pacho, young citizens and not spectators. But we shouldn't just leave the OSP to do the work. And we shouldn't just leave it to the professors. We shouldn't just leave it to the lawyers. We shouldn't just leave it to the journalists. Young citizens, right? Maybe our person will verify, check. Sure, let's all find out. Because at the end of the day, this is about Ghana's money. So Ghana maybe any say we should all facilitate the process. But it's also very important, say, so be so the law says every citizen, Article 11, every citizen have a right to say I didn't for due process and son everybody has right to due process. Court on due process here, due process must work whether a Melco meeting, quasi judicial body, anywhere, due process, rules of natural justice must apply. One key issue of due process, they will see a TOB after them. And son a buanafo. Ain't say, issue the near to taking decisions in our way taking in government. Say, oh, Bruni 2 million so if he exceeded his authority, and we can hold him personally liable. If he acted within his authority as finance minister, government will be liable. So, willfully causing financial loss to the state, we have to hold him liable. The law is there. The Ghanaian prosecutor will be based on your whims and caprices. And then the whole comment about an item did already. Yet the Nippon court is the law that is applied. Whether a civil matter or criminal matter is the law that is applied. Take advantage. Law, we are rollers, machine. You can take advantage of what you know now. So they are one and yet too emotional. I say politics not divided so much that Ghana, we have all become so politically charged, even on matters that affect Ghana. We are supposed to even understand the issues objectively. It's my massive. As that's some common partners or more rebroadcast High Life Radio King's Jersey Radio Adamfupa Media, Migacho FM, some of my. But again, they were two for kind of very that video, and I think I look for it again and play that video. No say, a warning to NDC, a warning to NPP, and your partner. Say, oh, bet now to Ghana for the company and brand to Abano. It also bet now now you're offer the same company and brand at their Pamo Kufadono. Yet the same company and brand ever Pam also. 80 radio 2 for a prophet. A warning to everyone. So bet now what the people voted for you, the reason for the vote to do it, deliver for the people. Now so deliver more for now who so when deliver there and and it's very important that thing that Utumfo said. Diana Munama say friend me the good night. But say Utumfo
womo achichamu mo bie no edi tumi ne ma na kan wo die no e no apono bi edi ama wo
Etumi nana no
Utumfo ne nana no
wonim se me no friti nipa atu adudu no aye nimbra me ni wo
Utumfo se nipa o atwa ho ahie nyina dudu no anim ebre pa woni no mienu mo cha se di nkita ho
Adam no near free fan 77 ansa na wo sa ba me bo ana
sese afi apem ahankura dio so
me bo a nana
se ono free fa penso ni nyina o kai so ono wa
e champion bo tata wo ba London nyame no na nam ne kodwo nya ntachi nom
na champion tata wo ba London no kai so ono ene kodwo nya ntachi enne nam
ansa na wo sa ba ya mo ba be gina biewa ansa ya sa ba ya ne oti he
sana esa ba obegina biwa ne
me broche ba me lawyer no me no na ko ni nyina
tu vozo broche ba ne lawyer no wono na e ko ba nyina
eni akwa abapim ne
enu na makwa ababepim ne
enu aso nkrofo be ka kire so wonpo asem
nra kofo be ka kire se obi ana na mfi
enso wa anya ntum wo ka se da bi se dem sine na tie de ntisa
oti an bi enu wa ohunu so wa anya ntum ka se da bi se dem sine ntidie ntisa
me de kakra ne se media futupa nam de be ma wo
tumfo se o ma ati ase se won de futupa e no de be ma wo
de Ghana fo pani adwuma
Ghana fo de mo pani adwuma
de pani ayarhwe
de mo pe ayarhwe
de pani nkoso
de pe nkoso
na enu a na ye hwehwe
enu a na Ghana fo mo
ye to aba ne wie ya ye bobo se wawen obi gina TV3 so wo ka kire nipa na wo se wo na TV kompanyimfo no ko dwan mahama wo ka kire nsa aba ne de kom ne abufuo na to ye
so we na bi ka ko jina TV3 kan sa ko mahama na ka kire nsa de kom ane abufuo na to ye
na asa akọ na do so ka kire nsa te ekom ne abufuo so no nso ba no anya de kom ne abufuo be sa ato ti
kan kan kire na do so oba na so wan hwe ni ye ekom ne abufuo no de pam mahama no embi de pam
wo ho nim de
tumfo judi oso wo ho nim de
wadre wo mpesika ye hwe bio
de wadre wa bo bread de wo mpesika de aye hwe
enti sese kun ho na ye adwuma no ye
se wa ba kun ho fo do Ghana ho do awo no fa ye adwuma na bo Ghana fo
edin ku an sese wo pe
se de dro de edin ku an
de be odin be komu sa mpasse wo mampanyi bi ba ne e friend na adoda no ba be ye Ghana ye
se do de hia se betima ya ade na daachi yakase o mampanyi bi ba Ghana na e friend na adoda nkwa kufuado obeya ade
ni pa nyina ni da so
ni pa nyina Ghana fo se
Ghana fo nyina ni da so sese
Ghana fo o mani da so
na so untimi nyedi nyina na so ye bi mi hu so
wo mo achicha mo bie no edi tumi ne ma na kan ho